Meeting. We are going to begin with the 2 o'clock matters by the public. So with that in mind, we have a couple of cards. Today, we have a number of items, and we are going to limit to, I think 2 minutes is pretty good. And you know what? If you can do less than 2 minutes, you're always appreciated. So very much. So thank you very much for being here, for being present. We appreciate that. I think we have actually 2 stars in the audience. One is the present mayor of Delray Beach, Tom Carney. Are you here? Tom, why don't you, I know you're a pretty big guy. Why don't you stand up and just.
You don't want me to make a speech?
No, I didn't ask you to get to the microphone. But we have Tom Carney here as the mayor of Delray Beach, and we have the former mayor of the county, Steve Abrams, is here as well. Very good. So, very good. So we're going to proceed. The rules of engagement today are very simple. I respect your opportunity to speak, and we will listen. And you will respect the flag behind me, which is the flag of the government of Palm Beach County and the flag of the United States of America. I think we can all agree on that. So we will not disparage anyone on this board. We will not disparage you. We will give you all due respect to speak. There will be no questions. You can ask rhetorical questions, but there'll be no questions that will be directed to any members of the board or members of staff of Palm Beach County government. So if there is, I know there are a number of folks waiting outside. I appreciate your getting there so early. So we're going to start right now. And Mr. Carney and Mr. Abrams, if either of you would like, have you put in a card?
Carney did.
All right. Mr. Carney, why don't you come on up and you be recognized. My vice mayor to the right is a timekeeper, and she's very, very sharp. So she will have a given 2 minutes, and at the end of that, a little buzzer goes off. All right, sir.
Actually, I prepared 3, thinking that's what it was, but then I went down to 1, and so I'm kind of not.
You're not a politician, are you, Mr. Carney? Yeah. You will identify yourself when you get up to the podium, and when you say it, your name, you're recognized. All right, sir, we're starting with you.
Thank you, Mayor and Commission. Thank you for having me today. My name is Tom Carney. I live in Delray Beach, Florida. I'm a resident of Palm Beach County. I'm here today to discuss the Milani Park. You know, this has been in the works for a long time, and it's gone through a number of legal discussions and agreements, et cetera, et cetera. But I guess there are 3 reasons why I think you need to support the creation of a public park as contemplated. First, you have a settlement agreement, which talked about this. This was reached 10 years ago, 12 years ago, where it really talked about the creation of a public park. It said 120 spaces. It had some other items in there. And this is all for the benefit of the residents of South County, who really desperately need a public park by the beach, because there's almost no places that they can go. Secondly, and by the way, that's the first contract you had with the people. Second contract, which was really your first, was the bond referendum itself, the proceeds of which were used to purchase this land. That bond was put out for the purpose of purchasing this land for the creation of a public park. A public park isn't 20 spaces. A public park isn't 10 spaces. A public park is something that's going to be used by the public. And in order to be used by the public, you have to have sufficient parking, which is why the settlement agreement really picked up on the number of 120, and it made sense to everybody at the time. The third reason to do it is because, and that, by the way, is your second contract with this. But the third reason is, frankly, it is the right thing to do. The people down there have been wanting this park for a long time, this park by the beach for a long time. We've all talked about it. The county has put the money up to buy it. The taxpayers authorized the bond proceeds, and it's desperately needed. And to do anything other than that is really to discriminate against the people, the residents of South County, who really need a park by the beach, because they're not growing any more beach. Thank you all very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Carney. Commissioner White?
All right, Did Steve put in a, Steve, did you?
He's for his client. He's just with the client.
I don't have a card. All right. It'll be Sal Faso, followed by Alexandria Larson, followed by Chris Nard, followed by Chris Peterson.
As your name is called, come on up to the podiums. We have one on the left and one on the right. All right? And if you're not here, we'll go ahead and skip to another person. Okay? Sir.
Great. My name is Sal Faso, and I'm a new resident of Palm Beach Gardens. I've been a resident of Palm Beach County for 27 years. I'm here to comment on whether or not the North Lake Boulevard should be added back into the TIM. This will be the third or fourth time that the commission has reviewed this. As late as March 28th of this past year, it was voted down. We oppose adding North Lake Boulevard to the TIM. I'm representing the North County Neighborhood Coalition. Behind me are several representatives from the communities along North Lake Boulevard. You have letters from every community on North Lake Boulevard. They're still valid. None of them were rescinded. We checked with every board along that way. So we all oppose the adding of North Lake Boulevard to the TIM. Several reasons for it. East of the North Lake Boulevard, east of the B line, would have been $100 million plus in eminent domain. There was eminent domain west of the boulevard as well. There are continued safety issues. There's no reason why we did give in from 8 lanes to 6 lanes when we discussed it here at the commission meeting last year. And from that perspective, we'd appreciate your not agreeing to have it go in this year. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Appreciate it.
sir. Who's the next person?
Okay, it should have been Alexander Larson, followed by Chris Nard, followed by Chris Peterson.
Ms. Larson? All right, then the next one is,
Should be up here already.
sir, as your name is called, just stand behind the person who's at the podium. So Commissioner Weiss, go ahead and name the next 4 folks. Go ahead.
That'll be Susie Hiles, looks like Janice Parisi, Fred Rosen, and then Fane Lozman.
Very good. Okay. Good afternoon.
Hi, I'm Chris Nard, and I'm the CEO of a company called Fortify Financial. You might have remembered we were here a few meetings ago. We lend money to homeowners to hurricane harden their properties, and the homeowner borrows that money under the assumption that they can repay it on the tax roll. Fortify in the last years lent roughly $16 million to homeowners in Palm Beach for that purpose. And yet the tax collector, in spite of 2 legal cases, refuses to put those on the tax roll. The last ruling we won, the judge said those had to go on the tax roll. The tax collector was without judgment on the issue. They've refused still to do that and are now going to appeal it to the Supreme Court. This is an insanely expensive and damaging lawsuit for homeowners. It also runs the risk that these bonds are going to default because there's no money to fund the bond. And if the bonds default, those are Palm Beach County tax assessments that defaulted, not anything else. So bond ratings are important. The defaults on those bonds will be tough. We spent considerable time and money trying to broker a solution. But Palm Beach County continues to spend taxpayer money to fight taxpayers being able to put these things on the tax roll. You guys can solve the problem by passing a short-term agreement, just like the ones we had for years, that puts these on the tax roll and borrowers can pay for the assessments.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sir.
Hi, Chris Peterson, also for Fortify. Nice to see everybody again. As we all know, there was also legislation that was passed, SB 770. It's not quite done yet. It's on the way to the governor's desk for signature. But, at the heart of this litigation is home rule, and that is about to be solved legislatively. And so what we're doing now is, it seems like with this legislation or this litigation being appealed to the Supreme Court, is all this is doing is spending taxpayer money for no reason. This has already been solved. So all we're asking for is that we pass a short-term agreement to get these assessments on the tax roll. You can have a reservation of rights clause in that agreement so that it doesn't disrupt whatever claimants you have for the Supreme Court case, but we're only here to help our constituents. We just want to get these on the tax roll, let them pay back these assessments in the manner that they signed up for voluntarily, so that we can just put this behind us and move on. We supported that legislation. We were front and center. Your legislative representatives can attest to that if they haven't already. And at the end of the day, the home rule issue has been solved. So we'd really enjoy the opportunity to get an agreement in place and get this behind us. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Sir, good
Ladies and
afternoon.
Gentlemen of the Commission, my name is Fred Rosen. I live in Highland Beach. About 3 years ago, our former Mayor Doug Hillman, our current Commissioner Evelyn David, and myself went to see then Commissioner Weinroth. We brought a video showing what could happen if you put 100 people on the beach you're proposing for the park. It was a disaster. Half of those people at high tide had their chairs in the water. But more importantly, we have Yamato Rock there, which is a beautiful, beautiful area of Florida. The rock has coral on it, but on the top of the rock, many people fish 7 days a week. They use live bait. It brings in wildlife. We all know what sea wildlife is. My concern, more than the traffic and more of the impact and everything else, is God forbid a child or a bunch of children get away from their parents or get away from the lifeguard, go onto Yamato Rock and slip and cut themselves and fall into that water. There's terrible danger there. That's my primary concern, that we could lose a life. And if this decision is made by this commission, you guys are going to be responsible for that decision. And I'm worried about it, and I ask you to think about that more than anything else. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, you're
Yes, hello,
recognized.
my name is Janix Parisi. I'm a Palm Beach County resident for 33 years. I live in Boca. I'm also a sea turtle ranger on Highland Beach, and I've been doing it for 7 years. I've walked by Yamato Rock a gazillion times, and I'm always grateful that it's not high tide, because at high tide you can't see it. And if you're a mother sitting there on the edge with your kid, and I see this all the time, a big rogue wave can take her right into the rocks. I mean, it's such a dangerous outcropping to bring in 100 new people. So we've talked about the money that's been spent, and money is an important thing. We all know that we have to live within this. But we're really talking about life and death here, not just on Yamato Rock, but Federal Highway. I don't even know, I haven't seen in any of the plans anything about a tunnel to go under Federal, like is it Spanish River, not even a half a mile down the road, or more than just a few parking spots and have these people cross. It's a very dangerous choice. I thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Ms. Larson, you're recognized.
I know, they said you called my name and I wasn't in here. I
That's
was trying
okay.
to get in here. Commissioners, I'm really concerned about this morning because we voted through the related group one, and that one is one that has to be changed by zoning because there's a parking problem. You know, the Westgate LLC or whatever it's called, it's got 18 different names in the backup, so a lot of people involved. And we are, commissioners, we need to slow down. That's obvious. It really is. From watching what we had to go through this morning, we need to slow down because who's in charge? You are. You're the commissioners. You were voted in. We're supposed to trust you and do what your votes do, and I'm glad Miss Woodward did her thing and asked some questions because she read the same thing I did. Gibberish. Pages and pages of it because we didn't understand one thing we did this morning. But I don't think any of it should have got voted through. I think the x-ray machine needs to be back downstairs again because I was told that the only reason it's up here is because of weapons and people can carry a weapon anywhere in the building, but why don't we protect the whole building, not just these chambers? Just a thought, just me. And we really do, we deserve a lot more than we're getting right now, commissioners, because your taxpayers are dying out there. The one thing I hear from everybody is that they can't afford to live. That's all I hear. They can't afford to live. I can't pay attention because I can't afford to live. And I guess, I don't know if it's the think tanks that want us to be distracted. I'm not quite sure, commissioners. But what happened today was an example of us not knowing what's going on. And your constituents do deserve to know what's going on. We should not be changing the entire comp plan and the ULDC to just benefit one builder or one person, or one anything, because you've got, I don't know, 1.5 million in this county now, and we're not getting People don't feel good, commissioners. That's the one thing. It's so horrible. My face is a bad one because they come up to me anywhere I am and say, bad commission. So think about
Thanks,
it.
Ms. Larson. Sir, come on up to the podium. Okay, state your name. You're recognized.
Thane Lozman. I was in the neighborhood doing an errand. I wanted to come by and congratulate you as the new mayor. In the 18 years I've been coming here, you have the top 3 people skills to interact with the audience, so I'm very happy to have you there compared to some of your predecessors. I did not come here to talk about the park. I didn't know anything about it. I just will share a brief story that my property in Singer Island, where I have my 51 acres, they shut down the public access easements to the beach. They did not want me and my friends to go to the beach. They wanted us to go through the Ocean Mall. I filed a lawsuit and challenged that because part of the approval process for the site plans for these condos was public beach access, and we won that. So I'm supportive of public beach access to the public. The reason I came here is federal Judge Middlebrooks made me remove my floating container home from my private property. So I have another battle going on with the U.S. government. The Department of Justice filed a lawsuit against me a couple years ago to get that off my private property. I have a few container homes that I've built. I have a couple of them in a storage yard in Okeechobee, and I have the one that I had to remove from my private property. I went to Sanibel Island after the Hurricane Ian, and I saw the destruction on Sanibel. I saw the destruction in Fort Myers. I thought something to consider is when you have non-conforming lots in the county, to use affordable housing as far as shipping container homes. Those can take a Cat 5 hurricane strike. They're very easily built. A lot of younger people like the tiny home thing. That I believe container homes can be a solution for non-conforming county property to have container homes. So at some point in time, if you put that on the agenda, I get Legacy Brothers to come and make a presentation. I can arrange visits for you to go see where container homes are built. But container homes should be a part of affordable housing in a hurricane zone. Thank you.
Sir, could you contact my office? And I'd like to get some more information about container homes as
I sure will.
public housing.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
We already have them.
Okay, so we have,
All right. Susie Hiles,
Yes.
followed by, that goes over here, Matthew Kamula, Victor Martin, and Nicholas Moore.
all right. Gentlemen, you could probably take this podium. And good afternoon, ma'am. You're recognized.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I am Susie Hiles. I am a resident of Highland Beach, but I've also worked on the Highland Beach Turtle Team. I've been a resident for approximately 23 years, and I've worked on the Turtle Team for 21 years, and which is under a permit. We're under Joanne Ryan right now holds the permit for Highland Beach. She can't be here today, but she did write up some comments that she wanted me to present. And I do know that patch of beach because I have been walking it for 21 years, and I'm very, very familiar with it and the turtle nesting. So as a part of Highland Beach Sea Turtle Team, we have a special and unique opportunity to protect an endangered and threatened species. Sea turtles have a specific nesting behavior that is connected to dark, undisturbed beaches. This darkness serves as a guide for both nesting and hatchlings, leading them safely to and from the ocean. Keeping our beaches clean, dark, and flat are crucial to protecting all species of sea turtles, adults and hatchlings. And we also have, I don't know if people know, but the state of Florida has is on the two top most nesting for loggerheads of the whole world. So we have quite a few nests. But anyway, this area, the Palm Beach growth, as we call it, because it's been owned by Palm Beach, is very popular with our green and loggerhead turtles due to the fact that it's dark, natural, and free from lighting and foot traffic. So with the increase of urban sprawl up and down our coastlines, protecting our natural resources has become increasingly more difficult. It is our hope, for the sake of our turtles, marine life, and ecosystems, that this quiet little area, Highland Beach, not be accessible, and that we can keep some and most of the integrity of the area.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Sir, you're recognized.
Madam Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, Commissioners, thank you very much for having me. May it please the Commission, my name is Matthew Camula, a resident of Osprey Isles along North Lake Boulevard. And I am here to talk to you about one of my favorite topics on North Lake Boulevard, and that is the widening of North Lake Boulevard. If memory serves, North Lake Boulevard was just recently addressed by this commission on more than several occasions. North Lake Boulevard widening to 6 lanes just started with all 6 lanes active yesterday, Monday. That's how recent that construction has opened up. There really has been no chance to gauge the effectiveness of the new 6-lane environment, and as a result, the Commission has voted on this topic on North Lake Boulevard many times before. So, a bit of advice, let's take a step back and take a deep breath to actually assess what North Lake Boulevard is changing into with active 6 lanes. And along with the reliever road from Avenir, let's see when that completes and how that rectifies the traffic situation. Rushing into something where we have not seen the effects of what has recently been accomplished is a fool's errand, and probably a very expensive one at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Sir, you're recognized.
Victor Martin, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. I live in Carlton Oaks on North Lake Boulevard. Safety concerns. The 6 lanes are in place. Right now, when the people come out of their complexes, they're facing a 55-mile-an-hour speed, trying to cross 3 lanes to get into the median. Then you're looking at 55-mile-an-hour traffic going east, trying to get into that traffic. So there is a concern with the safety. Going to 8 lanes will increase that safety hazard. Also with 8 lanes, there will be a loss of deceleration lanes at Ibis Light, Ibis Plaza, and Carlton Oaks, creating more opportunity for hazards and accidents. Stewardship of tax dollars. 8 lanes will mean the removal of the brand new sidewalks that are now in place. The light signals will probably have to be moved, and unbeknownst, it wouldn't be known, but there is a Seacoast pumping station now right in front of our property. That will be right on the edge of the road. If there is an accident into that pumping station, you're going to disrupt and eliminate the water source for 142 homes in Carlton Oaks. As the last point, I attended a FDOT presentation regarding a related subject of Beeline and North Lake interchange. It was brought up by the experts that study traffic and create road designs on a national level. That is not this number of lanes that affect the flow of traffic, it's the speed. It was found that be it a 2, 4, or more lane, the optimum speed is 22 miles an hour. It's the most efficient speed to move volumes of traffic. So adding a lane is not going to really solve anything. And these are from the national experts that do this, as they're the engineers that do this on a national level. I request the Commission hold to the position of not putting 8-lane expansion of North Lake Boulevard in the TIM. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, hold on just one second.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good
My name is
afternoon.
Nicholas Moore. I live in Palm Beach Gardens on Mayward Crest Drive. I'm a delegate to the NCNC for the Preserve at Bay Hill Estates, which is located north of Ibis, between Ibis and the acreage on North Lake. I'm here to speak on behalf of our Board of Directors of our HOA. Just over 1 year ago, the Board of Directors for the Preserve praised the County Commissioners for their good judgment in voting to not move forward with the right-of-way expansion on North Lake between Bay Hill Drive and State Route 7. We opposed building an 8-lane highway back then, and so we were disappointed to see there's an attempt to reopen that debate. No one disputes that there are traffic issues on North Lake, and no one doubts that those issues are going to get worse as development west of Beeline continues. Adding lanes to the existing east-west roads, major roads, is not the answer. It never will be. It will never satisfy the traffic volumes we're going to have in a few years. The Preserve Board hopes that the staff will take a wider view of the transportation needs in the western parts of the county and identify a comprehensive set of options to address these needs. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Commissioner Weiss?
Diane Hextall. Mark, and I'm going to apologize for this, but it looks like it might be Griffin? Gruen, okay. Followed by Natasha Moore, and then followed by Jerry Bundney.
Very good. Ma'am, you're recognized.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Diane Hextall. My husband and I are residents of Highland Beach. We have lived in many wonderful places, but Highland Beach quickly became our favorite because of safety, security, and especially the outdoor lifestyle. We have 4 adult children and 8 grandchildren who visit often. We exercise a lot, walking almost daily, and Yamato Rock is a favorite turnaround point. We walk, run the path, and ride bikes. We feel duty to pick up the washed-in trash or what is left on the beach. We know the responsibility to help keep what we all share clean and cared for. My legitimate concern is, while jogging the path recently near the area of the proposed park, I was nearly hit by cars on 2 separate occasions. Also, while riding our bikes a while back, I was completely cut off and virtually smeared off the road onto a walkway. Driving an automobile on A1A is dangerous, and when the bikers are there already, my fears are and will get worse for myself and others if more traffic or a parking lot is introduced. My husband and I watched in person the very last spicy meeting in Highland Beach. It was emotional as everyone is invested in what they feel is right, legally, ethically, morally, humanly, ecologically, and politically. Everyone is partly right. One question from a random resident I never heard an answer, and I'm curious. Is it not a possibility in preserving the Aboriginal Native historical uniqueness of this tiny, rare ecological area to make this a Palm Beach County, Highland Beach historical landmark, having it be a walk-only park? Perhaps with federal protection and possible fund exemptions? Has that ever been explored, and what could possibly be the downside of that? And also, would the Milani family be honored to have a registered historical landmark named after them so the world could enjoy it together, something other than the congested recipe for disaster? It said in the paper recently, the land belongs to all the people of Palm Beach County. I think it can be bigger than that.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I know that you would like to applaud, and you just did. But you see, that takes time away from the next speaker. So we're not going to do that, are we? We're not going to do that. Out of respect for all of you, we all want to be heard. Sir, I'm not going to deduct any time from you, but this was a test. We won't do it again. All right?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you,
Sir, you're on.
Commissioners. Appreciate the time to present. I am a resident of Highland Beach. I've been in the area over 35, close to 40 years. I know the space very, very well. We had a meeting a few months ago. The county came in with the possibility of amending the approved plan. And they said, this is a residential area. We understand, we recognize the problems. We recognize the traffic. We recognize the fatalities that have occurred on A1A. We recognize turning this into a parking lot could be a problem, and we want to work with you. And there were suggestions. I was the one who made a suggestion about the walking park. There's no need to have a parking lot there. This is a residential area. And so you really need to understand what this looks like. Additionally, on the ocean side is a Indian burial ground. It has historical significance. It's being ignored for whatever reason. I want to make a very important point with regard to what the mayor said, that there's no access to the beach. That's ridiculous. Down the street, there is a Spanish River Park. It's 95 acres. There's incredible amount of parking. 1 mile further, and I walked this not too long ago, is Red Reef Park. There are hundreds of parking spaces. I would say there were 10 cars in hundreds of parking spaces, all access to the beach. We have maybe 1 2-acre little spot wrapped around by residential area. It makes no sense to put a parking lot on in this land to gain an access to the beach. You've already heard about the beach being dangerous. It is extraordinarily dangerous. I recommend you take a walk before you make a decision to see what we're talking about. Of course, the turtles, all of that. Appreciate that. I don't have the time to get into the liabilities relating to this space. We're talking about death, absolutely, and the deaths and the fatalities that have already occurred on A1A near this park is something that you need to take under advisement. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. I'm Natasha Moore. I am a resident of Highland Beach, and I also happen to be the mayor of Highland Beach, which I am
Congratulations.
very honored to be. And I think I've met with, almost each and every one of you, and today I'd like to introduce to you my Highland Beach family. You can recognize them by our stylish shirts today. And, we're all here to say, we're a part of the same team, right? We are part of Palm Beach County team. And I'm here to ask you if we could please schedule a workshop or perhaps put an item on a future agenda. As you know, the last time this was on an agenda was in October of 2019. And at that time, it was voted to delay the build out of the park. There was a lot of discussion, it was vetted, and the decision at that time was to delay the build out of the park. And then on February 6, 2024, it came up during the end of meeting commissioner comments. There were some items brought up about Milani Park, and there were questions by another commissioner asking for more information to be brought back. And I have not seen that come up at a meeting. So my request is if we could please have a workshop, or that would be, maybe Palm Beach commissioners, the county commissioners and Highland Beach commissioners, and we can discuss this, or at least put it on an agenda for a future meeting. We want to cooperate. We definitely want to negotiate on this. But as you know, our opinion is that land is very valuable. And when you guys purchased the land, which you purchased for full appraised value in 1987 for $3.9 million, now a recent appraisal shows that it's worth 46. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your service. Sir, you're recognized.
My name is Jerry Budney. I'm a resident of Highland Beach. I'd like to second the proposal to put this issue of the Milani Park on the agenda or call for a workshop. It's extremely important. And the reason it's become important, and the reason I'm here today, is because I feel I was deceived and the residents of Highland Beach were deceived by your staff. And let me tell you how that happened. We had, as was referred to before, a meeting where we were told that your staff would meet with residents of Highland Beach, and Commissioner Woodward was there as well, and we were told they were there to listen to our comments and would take them into consideration. And so hundreds and hundreds of residents crowded into the library at Highland Beach to do that, and we voiced a number, not only concerns about whether the project should go forward, but how it should, and suggested modifications of the site plan, which is what your staff claimed they were interested in. And a number of proposals were made of specific changes that could be made to the site plan that would correct and ease some of the problems. We also have requests to sell the property, but what happened is after that meeting, there was a vote by the Highland, the commission to ask that you actually not develop the property at all and sell it instead. We got a letter, instead of getting responses from your staff who attended that meeting and said, we are going to get back to you, we're going to investigate. Instead of getting back to us, we got a letter, an offensive letter from your staff and who had attended that meeting, and they said, we are no longer feel bound to do what we said we were going to do, what you came out to this meeting to do and express to us how to improve the site plan. We don't care what the merits of your suggestions are. We're not going to listen to you because your commission voted to ask the county to sell the property instead of develop it. And that's against retribution. So I ask you to place that on the agenda. This issue cannot be left just to staff, and staff must be instructed to listen to the concerns of the residents and not to ignore them.
Thank you, sir. All right, go ahead.
Eve Rosen, followed by Richard Greenwald, followed by Ken Schreiberg, Susan Lopez, Jack Halpern.
Very good. As your name is called, come on up. Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Eve Rosen, and I'm a resident of Highland Beach. I just want to follow up on the past two topics that were raised and let you know that, one, the situation 37 years ago, 35 years ago, 9 years ago, and then in 2019 is not the situation today. and we need to examine the area that is proposed for that park, both on the west side of A1A as well as the beach. As you've heard, the beach is quite small and quite dangerous, and there is the Yamato Rock, which will be absolutely a hurdle for safety if this park becomes built. Secondly, to remind you, we were all at a meeting where the staff of the Palm Beach County Commissioners attended and showed us a modified plan for the park, both on the west side and on the east side, and said that phase one would be the end. We highly object to ignoring those statements, as well as all of the positive input and suggestions about alternatives that could be used in that area. And just to come back and say, hi, this is going to be a parking lot with 100 cars. We would ask, again, that you put this on the agenda for consideration about the changed circumstances, about the representations that were made to us in February, and reconsider the entire program. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir, you're recognized.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Richard Greenwald. I've lived in South Palm Beach County since 1978. And during those 46 years, I've helped raise a family, founded a medical group, been a hospital chief medical officer, and then a professor, course director, and chair of the admissions committee at FAU Schmidt College of Medicine. I've also been honored to have served on the boards of the Boca Raton Community Hospital, Hospital by the Sea, the County Medical Society, and as a member of a countywide emergency healthcare delivery task force. Years ago, the county commissioners made a great decision. They purchased the Milani property. In the decades of controversy that followed, that relatively small parcel has appreciated dramatically in value, remarkably to the mid-eight-figure level. As commissioners, you now enjoy the unique opportunity to rethink, and you should seize that opportunity. Consider selling the land and repurposing the money for services that would benefit a far larger swath of residents than a very limited beach access. New ball fields, improved community centers, cultural embellishments. The purposes for which the funds could be used are limited only by your imagination. Surely there are projects more needed, noble, and valuable than what is currently planned. Some vision that will turn a locally unpopular venture into a win-win for commissioners and Palm Beach County residents alike. I urge you to fully investigate and then consider all of your options in an open public setting before final decisions are made. Please take maximal advantage of this unforeseen opportunity, which has been fortuitously bestowed upon you. I hope you remain cognizant that while steadfastness is a virtue, stubbornness for its own sake is not.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Commissioner Baxter, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to welcome for a second Commissioner Barbara King from South Bay, and just
Barbara?
say hi.
Okay, Commissioner, very nice. Thank you for being here. Commissioner Bernard.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I wasn't going to weigh in, so since we have so many people who are speaking on this issue, so I'd like to kind of like weigh in and to state some of the things that I would like to see. In regards to the comments regarding selling this property, I know me as a county commissioner, I have 0% interest in selling this property for something else other than the park that we had promised the voters over 40 years ago. So I know for me, I don't support us selling this property. And now the issue for me is just a matter of like what type of park we're going to build on there. And that's a decision that, I'd love to hear the board and the district commissioner to see how do we proceed. So in that way, we can figure out exactly how do we move forward on this issue.
Thank you, Commissioner Bernard. As you know, this is not an issue for that's on the agenda, that we would be able to legally take a position and vote on. I'm going to look at our county attorney. I think that, in a sense, your point is well taken. It is county property. And it is something that a lot of folks have a lot of opinions on. But let me see from our county attorney what jurisdiction we have as a Board of County Commissioners at this time, knowing that this is not an item that has been publicly agended for a vote today.
I would just remind the board that we have a binding settlement agreement with the town of Highland Beach, that this was a situation where we got bonds for the purpose of building a park, that we had an agreement with the Milanis at that time as well, that there was litigation with the town, and that as a result of that litigation, we entered into a stipulated settlement agreement. That settlement agreement dictates what kind of park is going to be built and says that we will build a park. The reason that staff stopped negotiations is because the town, the one that we have an agreement with, indicated that they did not want to change that agreement, that they wanted us to sell the property. We're not interested in selling the property at this time, and therefore the settlement agreement controls. And we are under the terms of the settlement agreement. We can't just change it. Further, certainly this matter is not agended, and it would do us no good to agenda it so long as the town maintains its position.
Let me ask a couple of questions to Mr. County Attorney. So presently, the legal status of this area of land is that, one, it belongs to the county, and two, we entered into a settlement agreement with the city government of Highland Beach, and three, that agreement with the city of Highland Beach government stated that we would not sell the property, but that this property would be made into a park that's consistent with the recommendation, or definitely the agreement of the Milani family. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so right now the legal status of that area of land is that it will be a park. What I think
correct.
Everybody is concerned about is what kind of park. What kind of, will it be a carnival park? Will it be a walking park? Will it be a turtle park? Will it be a parking lot?
I believe the terms of the park have already been outlined in the settlement agreement.
That's important. Do we have a copy of that settlement agreement?
Yes, we do.
Okay, and now I have not seen it, obviously, because this is not agenda for us to make a decision on. But I can see that there is some discussion about what kind of park, and the only thing I could say at this time, as a representative of the county, is that maybe we need to review. I haven't seen a copy of this. Do we all have a copy of the settlement agreement in our packet?
I don't know if it's in your packet, since this was not on the agenda today.
Right, and I understand that.
But we could certainly give it to you.
So maybe what we need to do is just let everybody know we're going to listen to your opinions.
It's online.
And what'd you say?
It's online.
Okay, it's online. I'm a boomer. I like paper. If I had it in front of me, I'd read it, you know? If I don't have it in front of me, I'm not going to look it up on my phone. But let's do this. We're not going to make any final decisions on this today. Today is public comment. Folks can come in here and talk about just about anything. So we're going to listen to your opinions, and then your representatives, and you have your city mayor here, you all can work together with our staff, our government staff, through the attorney, and see what you would like us to do further than that. So if we could move forward.
I believe, and I may be with the mayor's permission, I believe that staff tried to go down that line already, and that line has been foreclosed. And though, and I
No,
believe.
hold on, whoa. Excuse me, no, there will be, listen, and in all due deference to our county attorney, I asked her for her opinion, she gave it. So we'll respect her, and I'm going to respect your opinion. So all I'm going to say is today, I'm going to listen to your opinion. We all represent all of you, okay? I actually represented you in the state senate, so I know you. I've been at your meetings probably a couple of years ago, but in the meantime, I want to hear what you have to say. All right? There'll be no decisions made today, if that's okay with you, County, because it's not agended.
Let's
just hear what they say.
There's nothing pending,
Right.
and there will be nothing pending unless somebody brings something
Exactly.
forward.
Well,
there are a lot of contingencies and requirements in the stipulated settlement agreement, and staff is going forward based on what's in the stipulated settlement agreement. So until such time as somebody brings a matter to the board, they'll be moving forward.
Okay. What we're going to do is, since this is not a legal hearing, we're not going to take up any legal issues because lawyers cost money, right? So you can do that at another date through another forum. This is the Board of County Commissioners. We will hear what you have to say, and that's what we're going to do. If you want to do anything further, this is still the United States of America. You can go ahead and file whatever you want. But right now, today, I'm going to hear what you have to say, and then we'll proceed. And then if you want to go forward after that through legal means or any other means, political means, you're welcome to do that. So we're going to move forward with your statements. And unless I have two lights on, Commissioner Baxter and Vice Mayor Marino, do you wish to say something? Okay.
Just a quick question. If I'm not mistaken, there were 43 conditions of approval on that?
That's correct. And there was a timeline for starting development.
Okay, and if we don't do all those 43 conditions of approval, what happens?
We won't get final, certificate of occupancy on the project. We must do those 43 conditions of approval. This is an extremely complicated project because of the lawsuit and because of the stipulated settlement agreement, and understanding that no matter how we might have proceeded, we can't proceed without following the agreement that's been made.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, I'm going to stop this discussion now because anybody here is not represented by counsel at this time. This is not a legal proceeding. I've been an attorney 42 years. This is not a legal proceeding. This is a public call for comments, and we will proceed as you all have come here today to speak to us. So we will hear your comments and your opinions, and then let the lawyers litigate their issues in a courtroom. So, ma'am, you are recognized. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. And my name is Susana Lopez, and I have been a resident of Palm Beach County of 34 years, 11 of those in Highland Beach. I'm a runner. I run from my home all the way to Palmetto. So I pass Spanish River, Red Reef, South County, bathrooms, water, fabulous. Just south of Spanish River, there is a little park that is called Ocean Strand Park in Boca. It's brand new, it's like a year or so, and it's a walking park. And I think the size is similar to ours. I think it could be a model for us to look at. There's no parking, there is no bathrooms. It's just for walking and recreation of the local residents. So I care about the safety and the peace and everything that everybody already said. And for the sake of time, I just wanted to mention this park to you, and thanks for your time.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Sir, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you, Commission, for hearing us today. My name is Ken Schreiberg. I'm a 26-year business owner in Boca Raton, multiple businesses, and 25 years in Highland Beach. I want to thank the mayor for speaking so well about the issues here, because you said a lot of things that I actually feel as well. I want to thank the vice mayor as well, and the rest of the commission, and especially Commissioner Bernard for having his office respond to my email so quickly. I appreciate that. a lot of people are addressing concerns that they have for one way or another. I actually was coming in here, and unfortunately, through security, they didn't want me to bring my big orange safety flag that I had, that we actually have to use on the west side of A1A to cross through the crosswalk with flashing lights, because people are always driving through and almost hitting us. We actually hold those flags up and wave them and hope that people stop, and half the time they actually don't. I'm a private investigator. My background is in trying to find solutions to problems, and I like hearing what the mayor was saying today, and the objective to try to find solutions to a problem. I understood there are legal components from the past, but that was also a long time ago, and today is today. Today's problems can be resolved with today's solutions, and we only ask for that. I can't speak on behalf of the town as a whole or the commission, but I can speak on my own personal concerns for people who are trying to cross over from a parking lot area into the main attraction on the beach side without understanding that it's a danger.
Thank you very much, sir, for your comment. Sir, you're recognized.
Yes, hi, Commissioners. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me this afternoon. My name is Jack Halpern, a 28-year resident of Highland Beach. I live less than 1,000 feet from the proposed Milani Beach Park. My background includes over 50 years as an environmental consultant, developing and permitting projects. I'm retired from CH2M Hill, which was a past consultant to Palm Beach County on this Milani project. You talk about the 43 items but what you haven't talked about, what you need to talk about, is permitting this project. This project will need lots of permits. And I think that's where you're going to run into your major problems, and you're going to be spending a lot more money than you think you spend by the time the permitting is done. Take it from 50 years of experience. So let's talk about the County Comprehensive Plan, which started this back in 1987. The reason for development. During the presentation on February 1, Milani Park was compared to Hammock Park and Ocean Ridge. Let's talk about that comparison. Milani Beach is 410 feet long, of which Yamato Rock, which is a historic landmark, occupies 225 feet of that total beach length. And I have air photos to give to you if you let me afterwards of what that looks like. Hammock is 1,140 feet in length. Hence, the proposed Milani Beach is only 1/7 of the swimmable beach of Hammock Beach, which has no limitations for swimming. Hammock also has double, I repeat, double the depth of beach compared to Milani. So if you look at that, with double the length of the beach, Hammock is more than 14 times swimmable beach larger than Milani. How do you compare that? I would also like to point out the current 14 county operated beachfront parks. Proposed Milani would be the third smallest park, followed by Juno Beach and Cruisla. These two smaller parks are both adjacent, I repeat, adjacent to municipal parks, so they extend. While Milani is not, and both have swimmable beaches in excess of 185 feet. Milani is 185 feet, and the others are 1,500 feet long.
Thank
but
you,
we
sir.
need
You know,
to
you
look
can,
at
sir,
the
sir,
Indian burial grounds.
You can always submit, yes. You
Can I just read a statement from the Mississauga Indians tribe?
No,
a
you
letter that was
can't.
sent to
You can submit to us what the Indians wanted to say. I appreciate it, sir.
They said the project should not
That's
be
enough, sir.
developed.
Go ahead.
Diane Matthewman, Don Peters, Essen Behan, and Christine Villegas, and Bob Trinceno.
Very good, ma'am. You're recognized.
Diane Matthewman. I'm a registered voter. I have been living in Palm Beach for over 20 years. I had a speech prepared to say to you, but I'm going to just, everything that everyone has said is what I'm going to say. The one thing that they haven't said, and anyone who is a parent here will feel my pain. My son was killed last month in a car accident. Crossing A1A with a crosswalk, you are looking for trouble. I go to the beach every single morning, and I can't tell you how many times I've almost gotten hit. Walking on the sidewalk, bicycle riders It is a dangerous situation, and nobody wants that on their shoulders. Please, do the right thing.
I'm sorry for your loss, ma'am. Sir, ma'am, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm Sam Behan. I've been living in Highland Beach the last 23 years. When I moved to Highland Beach 23 years ago, the population, you can imagine how it was low, how it is today. Anyway, just the very few days ago, I was driving from Spanish River Boulevard toward the A1A in order to return to Highland Beach. I couldn't believe the traffic. I couldn't believe so many people, including so many children. At that moment, I thought about that. At this moment, being so crowded, so dangerous, how it will be later on having this kind of park. I think 40 years ago, whatever the Millennium Park was decision, I don't think so it will be valid this today. Anyway, the rest of the residents, they told enough. That's only my experience. I'm going to tell you, all of you. Thank you very much. I appreciate
Thank you, ma'am, for that. Sir, you're recognized.
Good afternoon, Mayor Sachs, Vice Mayor Marino, and County Commissioners. I'm Don Peters from Highland Beach, also a commissioner from Highland Beach. I appreciate you listening to our residents here. The issues are very important to them. They're all passionate, they're knowledgeable, and they're concerned about this park, as you hear in some of the key statements that they have done. When I ran for office last year, for 2 months I walked up and down A1A. There's not one person that wants the park in Highland Beach. Maybe Mrs. Malani does. I had one person say they wanted it because they thought the county would come in and do sand and fix our 3 miles of beaches for us because it was a public entrance. We're all here, the whole commission, our mayor, vice mayor, all the commissioners here. We're here to support our people and our residents. We're their voice. You're their voice too. And we don't want the park here. Being a retired police officer, they talked about the A1A crossing. It's not like Spanish River up the road. It's only a couple hundred feet. They got tunnels. They have bathrooms. They got everything, lifeguards. That's the place to go, and their beach is very wide. The beach, the Milani Beach, where Murata Rock, is very small. It's very narrow. Of course, you heard they got Yamato Rock there. Also, with the turtles, that makes even the beach smaller. And when the king tide comes, there is no beach. I know I live a mile up on that side, and when the king tide comes, I don't have any beach. Like I mentioned, we have beautiful parks, just a couple hundred feet with Spanish River in that. We also have 11 entrances on our A1A that people can get to the beach, so it's not landlocked.
Thank you so much for those
One more
comments.
thing, one
You know,
thing
if you
I
would
say,
like to, you
we
could
can-
submit
if
those
we
in
can-
writing.
If you want us to
Commissioner- sir,
rescind the
sir,
resolution,
please,
we will.
please.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Commissioner Bernard, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I know for me, it just, if you've got the town saying that we don't want the park, and you've got the city council commission who says that we don't want the park, then we've got a settlement agreement that says that we have 43 conditions that, that says that we're going to build a park. If you're telling us that you don't want a park, then there's no negotiations that's going to take place between the county in terms of trying to address your needs, because if you don't want a park, we have a settlement agreement that says we're going to build a park. So how do we move forward on an issue where you don't want the park? So
Wait, excuse me. Excuse me. The commissioners will not speak on this issue until the very end, because I think that we don't have all the information. We are getting the information. So most respectfully to my colleagues, let's, instead of having a give and take, this is not a town hall. This is not a legal forum. This is where we're supposed to listen to you. You have been very respectful, and I appreciate it. And the commissioners have been, this is an unusual situation for us. And everybody here, all 7 of us, want to make you all happy. But we have a legal document. I haven't seen it yet. So most respectfully to to my colleagues, let's hear what you have to say. At a later date, we can open this up to a open workshop or a item on the agenda, or if any commissioner wants to go out and speak to y'all, that's everybody's prerogative. But right now, let's limit this to speakers from you that we will respectfully listen to. Okay? So, who would like to go next? All right, I'll choose. Lady, the
Thank
first.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners, and we had met with Commissioner Woodward in February. Mayor Natasha Moore, who was here, did ask for either an agenda item or a workshop, and so she's the mayor of our commission. They would be in favor of that. I'm a resident 15 years and a full-time resident in the last year. I would like to just say that we have recently had an Aptim study done on our entire 3-mile beach, and it is very thin and it needs work. And that is something that our commission, this just came off the presses, so you haven't seen it yet, nor is your staff. I think it's important for you to consider that because there's work that the commission is planning on to try to get our dunes going because we are a foot lower than Delray or Boca. And we have work to do to build up our dune structure. I'm on the Natural Resources Board. We are very concerned about the natural resources, the wetlands. We have a tremendous volume of water that sits there after any rain event on the west side. And we have indigenous grounds. And as I mentioned at an earlier meeting, in my heritage, I am an indigenous Sioux. And I think you need to put some time and thought about that, what to do. You have an opportunity, like the park down the road, to put something that could be a walking park, an educational park. Do we have to really develop every square inch? Have we not learned that some parks can be done a different way? Keep in tune with the settlement agreement, but create a park that is good to educate people about the environment. It's a small area, it's a vital area for our sea turtles, and I think you need to think about that.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir, you're recognized.
My name is Bob Trinchetto. I've resided here in Palm Beach for 28 years, kind of a newbie in Highland Beach the last 2 years, so I'm experiencing some new things. The first that I have seen in the last 2 years is the amount of traffic that's on A1A, a very limited road, and it's not just cars, it's the bicyclists, and it's the people that are walking, enjoying A1A, smelling the beach, hearing the beach, feeling the beach. They don't have to be on the beach to do it. But now you're talking about adding 100 parking spots. That's not just 100 people coming across. The average car will probably have 3 people. That's 300 people minimum per day if the cars don't turn. That's a lot of cross traffic across A1A in a very, very dangerous situation. Also, I'm from New York. My idea of a park is a park. It's green, it's with trees. To me, this sounds like Milani parking lot, and I don't think that is what you want. Madam Mayor, you said something earlier that really brought me to hope, and that is maybe there's a way for all of us to work together, and maybe it's a win-win-win. It can be a park, but it could be a park that entertains the walkers. It could be a park that entertains the bikers. It can be a park that entertains everyone in Highland Beach and in Palm Beach County, because it's a well-trafficked area. So I just hope that you reconsider and look at the option of a win-win-win. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Commissioner Weiss?
Peter Kosofsky, Judith Adwar, Evelyn David, Matthew Merlis, Samuel Citron.
Sir, you're first on the podium. You're recognized.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Dr. Peter Kosofsky. I'm from Villanova in Highland Beach. At the last meeting at Highland Beach, we were told that a scaled-down version of Milani Park had been chosen, still, most of Highland Beach residents were against the park. We were told that if we didn't like that the county will reserve the right to put in workers' low-cost housing in that proposed park area. So you could see it did not go particularly well. Now we come back and we're back to square one with a large parking lot of over 120 spaces instead of the scaled-down version of about 42 parking spaces. Everyone feels that at best they've been misinformed or at worst lied to. So here are my concerns, and I would ask you to please put these issues on your agenda. Number one, 98% of the people or more in Highland Beach don't want the park. However, if we're going to put a park in, have a park that is compatible with the town. We are 1/25th the size of Boca Raton, 1/20th the size of Delray Beach. We have Atlantic Park at Linton. You go down 3 miles, we have Spanish River Park. There's no shortage of beach access. Do we need to put another park next to another park next to another park? Can we scale it appropriately? And I think that there's room for compromise. I don't know why the commissioner is writing a letter, which I wasn't aware of, saying that they like the property sold, all of a sudden triggers something that says, okay, we have to put in 120 parking spaces. If that was true all along, then there was no reason to propose the scaled-down version.
So I appreciate those comments. Thank you, sir.
Run out of time.
Ma'am, you can submit them in writing if you'd like. You're recognized.
Good afternoon. My name's Evelyn David, and I'm on the Highland Beach Commission. And I have a slightly different perspective. I recognize that there is a settlement agreement. I also apologize for any miscommunication to make you think we were drawing a line in the sand. We were not. It was just an opinion. We are, however, very willing to work with this commission and your administrators to come up with a park that is appropriate for the piece of property. All of the other considerations are very important, but I urge any of you, before you make any real decisions, to come and walk that park. See exactly what it is and where it is, because right now you're looking at it in a vacuum, and that's never a good thing to do. You know, we're at a point in time in Palm Beach County, in the country, where there are heightened sensitivities to issues of ecology. The turtles are very important, the beaches are very important. We have heightened issues about safety. Everyone is concerned about that now. So perhaps an agreement that was entered into almost 40 years ago needs to be adjusted and looked at and reanalyzed in terms of what we are dealing with today. I will tell you that I live very near where this beach would be, and what bothers me is the traffic. In the last year and a half, I have discovered more traffic than I have ever seen before. It can take 10 minutes to get out of my driveway. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner. Sir, you're recognized.
Yes. Good afternoon. I wish to speak for denial to initiate the Park West Comprehensive Plan Amendment. We have seen an unrelenting attack through past years to preserve our farmland and wetlands of the tier in order to protect our agricultural, environmentally sensitive lands, water resources, and open space. The town of Highland Beach contends that the development of Milani Park, being partially purchased with bond money, can and should be used elsewhere in the county to improve access to all the county's parks and development and developmental areas. They also add that this area of the beach is home to an inordinate amount of sea turtle nests, which will make enjoying this portion of the beach more challenging. But construction of this site may also have an adverse effect. There will also be more pedestrian and equipment traversing the area, and nighttime lights will disorient sea turtle nests as they attempt to reach the ocean. These are alternate facts, which I am not sure have been considered. In circumspection, the inverse appears to be the case. We are under threat from climate change, sea level rise, and the accompanying flooding of our cities and the desalination of our fresh waters. According to Checks and Balances, a summary of the clerk's annual comprehensive report, the county revenues has seen an increase and we are in relatively good financial health. We should take this opportunity to improve and develop low traffic parks for our citizens to enjoy and take measures to prevent encroachment of our beaches from erosions and protect our wildlife. Mangroves and sea barriers should also be established. Sea level rise is real. We are prescient to see the writing on the wall and are fortunate to have the opportunity to take action now. Let's develop sustainable parks and protect our communities.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I'm Judith Adwar. I live in Highland Beach. We've been there for more than 30 years. I understand 40 years ago, it's been a much, much different road and a much different community. There are park accesses in Delray Beach. Spanish River is a huge park, which they have now put a dog park. So not only do we have residents coming down A1A, but we have dogs that weigh 150 pounds. People are walking on Highland Beach with these dogs. When you want to walk, no one has addressed it. I think it's something that's very important. They put a dog park. We have a park at Spanish River. The parking lot at Spanish River usually is half empty. So why would you put another parking lot? And Delray Beach has a beautiful beach access. So I don't understand how there's no beach access in Highland Beach. There's many places to walk through. Thank you, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Weiss.
Yeah, last call, Matthew Merlis, Murdo Gonzalez, James Pastor, Drew Martin, and Alan Lewis. If any of you are here, please step forward.
Okay, let's do some more. All right, we're going to have some more names. Just 1 second, Mr. Go right ahead. Do we have any other cards, Commissioner?
Oh, we
Weiss?
have a lot more.
All right, why don't you go ahead and name the other folks?
Martin Roth, Gail Ladd, Maria Balatovis. I know I butchered your name.
Okay. Do we have?
Somebody going to go?
Would you restate the? Okay, we have everybody. Okay, good. All right, Drew, you're recognized.
Drew Martin. I'm here on behalf of the Sierra Club, and I've listened very carefully to the arguments. I want to thank Commissioner Woodward and Commissioner Bernard, who both seem to have a very good grasp of what's going on. And I really appreciate Commissioner Bernard's statements because I think he's a good attorney and I think he understands the legal issues. I appreciate the county attorney. Basically, what the county attorney is saying is you cannot open this back up. This is a done deal. It's a done deal. And the city of Highland Beach agreed to this deal. They made the agreement. Now, maybe people agreed on something they don't like, but they already agreed on it. Maybe you got married. Maybe you decided later you don't like your spouse. But it's too late. If you don't have a prenup, you're in trouble. So let's accept, please, we don't want to open this up. We don't want to open this up. There's no negotiation, okay? Commissioner Bernard very correctly stated it. The county attorney correctly stated it. Commissioner Marino, the vice mayor. You have an agreement, you have a stipulation, you have 43, I believe, items that have to be worked through. You do not have a negotiation. You do not have a need for a workshop. You don't need an agenda item. You need to follow through. The county paid for this land. It owns the land. Now, I just want to respond to some of the arguments.
Excuse me, no.
Yes, good. I enjoy your reaction.
Wait, you didn't
Please,
give him time?
please continue. Yes.
Hold on. Drew, we know you. We respect your opinion. Why don't you give us 3 more sentences, and thank you.
3 more sentences?
Yes, sir. No, never mind,
I
Vice
know.
Mayor, okay.
I appreciate that.
I don't want to take any more time about 3 sentences. Let's go, Drew.
Okay. First sentence, sea turtles don't want development.
Thank you. Second?
Second sentence, traffic is a non-issue
Third
because
sentence?
you're going to have traffic
Third
whether you
sentence?
build a park.
And
Third
third?
sentence, we had a history of racism in this county where people were not allowed
Okay, thank you,
to use the
Mr.
public
Thank you.
beaches.
That's enough. Okay, sir, you're recognized. Thank you.
My name is Alan Lewis. I'm a resident of Palm Beach County and Highland Beach. This is unlike me. I rarely get involved, but I found I've been deceived, and I wanted to express myself, and along with some of the people that are here. The safety issue on A1A along Spanish River, making the turn both onto A1A and from Highland Beach, is a big problem. We've been there for years, and the amount of traffic has grown exponentially. The brought up before, crossing A1A is a danger. We're fortunate enough to have a beach club we live on the west side of A1A and have to cross the street to go to the ocean. Getting across the street is a difficult task by itself and dangerous. People talked about holding red banners to make sure we can be seen by the cars. We're looking to add in this Melania Park issue, we're looking to add many more people into the small space that exists during the day or the evening. And I think we need to look at it. I would like to invite you to walk A1A, Spanish River, and cross the street with me. I'm happy to show you what exists. I believe someone said you live in a vacuum. I think you shouldn't live in a vacuum. This is part of Palm Beach County. If you represent the county, you should come see what we see. Because what we're saying here on a daily basis by all of these people is this is what exists. And if it exists, you should know it. And if you want to have a park, it should be tailored to fit the environment and the park that exists with all the things that I just mentioned.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ma'am, you're recognized.
Hi, my name is Gail Ladd. I'm from Jupiter, Florida, and a member of the Sierra Club. This has been an amazing afternoon, not in a good way sometimes because of the way people are acting, and as a retired educator, I'm just very embarrassed. However, what an amazing property this is. When the Milani family offered the land for sale to the county, it was purchased with bond money, as we've been told. The settlement has stipulated how this property will be turned into a park. There are concerns about safety and turtles. Those needs need to be addressed, of course, but as in other parks in the North County where there are turtles and safety, those concerns have been addressed. Let's agree that there are issues, but also agree that a park is what needs to be built. The Milani family never envisioned these controversies, I'm sure. A park that will honor the Milani family and all who will enjoy this precious land. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sir, you're recognized. Oh, hi, ma'am.
Hi. Maria Pisano, of Jupiter, Florida, also with Sierra Club. So I am here to ask for your support to develop Milani Park into a park as opposed to some other type of usage. It is not often that we have the opportunity to advocate for creating green spaces. Parks and green spaces improve our quality of life as more time is spent in them, help us fight stress, anxiety, and improve our physical health as well. These spaces also improve the health of our environment by offering a home for both animals and plants. The site designated to be Milani Park is known to be used by nesting turtles. I cannot see how housing of any sort or any kind of other development would be better for turtles because our beaches are usually empty at night. So development brings light, brings noise, not positive for any kind of turtle. In a brief review of the research to answer my questions, I found that parks have many positive effects on towns' economies. They do so with voter support because they can be a way to do growth management strategies that offset higher density concerns, and they strengthen the urban core and protect the areas in the fringe from overdevelopment, and we need this in Palm Beach County. I also find it difficult to understand how a park can bring more traffic than permanent residents to any area, how they can increase the cost of services compared to citizens that need ongoing infrastructure and the daily presence of fire rescue, for example. And finally, on the issue of A1A, I haven't been to that area, but at least last Sunday I had the opportunity to
Excuse
go.
me. Thank you very much, ma'am. Appreciate it. Sir, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Martin Roth. I've been a resident of Highland Beach for now 10 years, originally from New York. And I think people that want to build a park there need to come out there and take a look and see what they're talking about and not just talk in the abstract. And for those of us who get married and find ourselves not happy, there's always the option of getting a divorce. So,
Sir,
yes?
you will limit your comments to the
you.
issue and not
Thank
personal.
you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. What I would like to say, though, is that I haven't read the settlement either, and it would be interesting to, are we allowed to read the settlement? Is it public knowledge? Okay, is it online?
No, sir, if you'd like it, we'll make that available to you online.
That'd be great.
Thank you.
And I spoke at the last meeting at the library, and I think the problem with the park that most of us have right now is not the problem of making a small park in our area. I think it's the problem of making it a parking lot and having the access to the beach, which you've heard many, many people say has a lot of negative effects. The turtles, the fact that it's a historical site for the Native Americans, the fact that it's a safety issue, both at the beach and crossing the road to get to the beach. So I think that if we wanted to make a park, there were a couple of suggestions here of making a historical park and showing the history of our area, as well as maybe a walking park where we have a lot of green, which many people would like to see, and we would all appreciate as having our kids and our grandkids come down and come to a park with us and utilize that service.
Thank you very much for your comments. Commissioner Weiss is going to read the next couple of names.
All right, we're going to have Renee Hamilton, followed by Robert Keejan, followed by Roberta Kaplan, followed by Sharon Waite, and Natalia Millian.
Very good. Okay. Good afternoon, ma'am. You're recognized.
Good afternoon. I'm Renee Hamilton. I live in Loxahatchee, and I'm here to support putting widening of North Lake on the Tim. You have heard many, many meetings with the truck group where people speak about the traffic that's out there. We know that North Lake is an issue. Yes, they have done some widening of North Lake, but the widening that they've done is only what should have already been done before they started building those developments. We heard people here today talk about Carlton Oaks, Osprey, there's Avenir. They've already building now thousands and thousands of homes out there that are going to have traffic coming, that are going to fill those 3-lane roads that they are now building. Also, west of that, we have not adequately built because that's been built by the communities of Avenir, and those have really accommodated their area only. So we need to get it added onto the TIM. We need it to happen. We need it desperately out there. You have heard us many, many times talk about North Lake, the traffic, the accidents, and the bottlenecks. So please, let's get it on the TIM and help the residents that live out there in Loxahatchee. Secondly, I would just like to say something briefly as I hear all of these people talk about the park. It sounds like a lot of rich people don't want people in their neighborhood to me. They have
They have been very
everybody.
rude today.
Stop, please. You will not say anything disparaging about anybody.
Okay.
Except possibly your husband.
And
I don't
in
know.
return,
so
I would
other
like-
than that, all right? If you're going to say something about that's nice.
Okay.
All right? Or something that you came to speak to us about.
The people here have
Okay.
been very rude today, and I just
No,
would
I
like to
don't
point out
agree with that. Ma'am, do you have anything else to say about
that
what
when we do
you
that as
wrote on your
truckers,
card?
you escort people out of here, and you have not done that today. And I say that's politically motivated.
Thank you. All right. Anybody else that we gave the...
I'll call again.
Sir, would you call the... Okay, very good. Thank you. All right, sir, you're recognized.
Go ahead. Go ahead. That side of the room first.
Oh, but you were called before me. All right. Hi, I'm Roberta Kaplan. I have been visiting my family here in Highland Beach since 1988. I became a resident in July of 2022. I want to thank you for your time today. And I want to ask each of you, when was the last time you drove on A1A on a weekend during the season? The traffic is unbelievable, especially when the bridge is up. The traffic can go beyond the intersection of Federal Highway and A1A. This is, and I'm repeating what everybody else has said, this is a very dangerous strip of traffic. We had, in fact, in our building a few years ago, a woman was hit while she was crossing the crosswalk and was seriously injured. Even with the orange flags and the lights, people do not stop. If you create a parking lot, we are not opposed to a park. We are opposed to a parking lot. And for many of the reasons that everybody has said environmentally, we also just built a new firehouse. Realize how these services, our vital services, which our taxpayer dollars pay for, would be hampered when there is this kind of traffic. And I ask you, Mrs. Milani, wouldn't you rather have your name used?
Cut the microphone. Sir, you're recognized.
Wouldn't you rather
Ma'am,
have,
you are,
I have
you are
15
silenced.
seconds.
Sir,
Wouldn't you
you're
rather
recognized.
have a park
Ma'am,
named for
would
you
please
than
sit
a
down?
parking lot?
Please
Thank
sit down.
you.
Thank you. I will not tolerate any disparaging remarks to anyone. Period. Sir, you're recognized.
Hi, my name's Robert Cajun. I live in Highland Beach. I want to thank you for the opportunity to discuss the proposed development that would convert our natural beach area and green space into a swim park and a parking lot. In order to accommodate 100 bathers, depending on how many cars, I'm going to say 100, the vegetation would need to be stripped along the beach and fundamentally altering the landscape and ecosystem. Moreover, it's critical to acknowledge that this land includes an Indian burial ground, an irreplaceable cultural heritage site. Disturbing this burial ground is not just a matter of environmental concern, but a profound disrespect for the cultural and spiritual significance it holds. It is callous and unethical to disrupt a resting place revered by a community and by descendants of those interned there. Preservation of this land, its natural state, honoring both its ecological and cultural importance, is truly the highest and best use of this property. A park should be more than just open space. It should be a sanctuary that preserves the natural environment and our cultural heritage. By removing native vegetation and paving over green spaces, especially such sensitive areas, we are not creating a park, but diminishing our community's quality of life, the ecological health and moral standing. We must ask ourselves, is this the legacy we want to leave behind? There are better solutions that will enhance our access to our natural areas without sacrificing them or the dignity of those who came before us. Let us explore alternative transportation options and non-vehicular access to increase connectivity. I urge our community leaders to
Sir, thank you so much for
reconsider
those
this
comments.
development. Thank you.
Good afternoon, you're recognized.
Commissioners.
My name is Natalia Milian. Nice to see you all again. I'm a resident of the acreage. I am here today to please ask that you consider the expansion of North Lake on our TIM. It's something that we desperately need. We have all heard the traffic issues. There's daily accidents on these roads, and it is a concern to me, and it should be a concern to everybody. The traffic right now, it's just unbearable. There's no way for us to leave. If there's an accident, the entire road just gets closed down, and then we're an hour behind, just stuck there. I ask that you please consider widening the roads, making multiple lanes to avoid these daily accidents, like I said previously. It's a scary situation. People have died there, and like I said, it's on a daily basis, which is a huge concern. It's not something that happens periodically, we're seeing it daily. I ask that you please consider that, like I said, and just it will benefit all the acreage residents. I appreciate you for listening today.
Thank you very much. Ma'am, you're recognized.
Well, hello. I'm Sharon Waite. I also live in the acreage just blocks away from North Lake. Been there 28 years, and I've never seen what I'm seeing now with all the hundreds of homes that they're building. What little bit of widening has gone on is like to no effect. You can't get from east to west without getting stopped in there. They're down right now to one lane. There's a turn lane they're building. There's another lane for Avenir, and the one through lane. That's it. So whatever's been done is a little bit too little, too late. We do need help. And all those other, everybody is getting caught up in it. It isn't just the acreage. It's all those other developments, all of them. They're all feeling it. They just aren't here. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Weiss?
Yes, thank you. We Steve Kelson, Judy Lewis, and Commissioner Barbara King. And then lastly, Cam Milani.
Very good. Ma'am,
Hi.
you're recognized.
I'm Judy Lewis, and I think this is a really nice place. I've never been here. I am a resident of Boca Highland, and I had a visual. Here it is dusk, the park closes, and the people have to evacuate. What if a few people fell asleep on the beach, or they were enjoying themselves and they didn't come to take their cars out? Does the car get locked in? Do the people sleep in the Milani Park? It was just a visual, and I don't know how that gets, with all those cars, how that gets rectified. Do the police come? Do the police compound the car? It's just a visual. So I invite you, because when you came and you spoke at the library, there were over 450 people at the library. And when you spoke there, nobody on that council had actually crossed A1A and been there. I invite you all, I'll make dinner. I invite you all to come and just cross the road and see what we're talking about. I agree, it's a great piece of property, and I respect the Milani family for giving it to the county. Do something productive. I'm an artist, and I'd be happy to be on any committee to help make the park beautiful, and I can help to do that. So respectfully, you're smiling, and that was sincere. I'll make dinner. So come and we'll eat at the Beach Club. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Sir, you're recognized.
I'm Steve Kelson, and I've been in the acreage since 1980, and raised my family and things there, and I've seen a lot of construction going on, and at one time we had the impact fees. Every time we built a house or anything in the acreage, we had to pay an impact fee, which I believe they still have going on. But these developments are major developments. We're on an acre and a quarter of property. They're on 0 lot lines, and just abundance of developments out there. and we only have a couple ways to get out of there, and that's Okeechobee, which if you're coming from Seminole Pratt, you're going through Loxahatchee, and Loxahatchee, it's down to a point where you can't hardly drive through there without being pulled over for going over 30 miles an hour. So they've got a wide area there, which would be easy to put in a larger road there. I don't understand why we're having a problem with that. Southern Boulevard is kind of out of our way to get to, but that being a freeway since has turned into a parking lot also. It barely moves. And our only other way is North Lake. And North Lake is where a lot of development and expansion is. And we keep wanting to take roads over to, State Road 7, which only goes one direction back to Okeechobee. But we need North Lake, and we need to expand North Lake because of all this traffic. Seminole Pratt's turned into a real huge development all through Seminole Pratt with the truck things and everything they're putting out there. So at any rate, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Weiss?
Again, last call, Barbara King, and then followed by Cam Milani.
Mr. Milani, you're recognized.
Hi. Excuse me. I might be slightly outnumbered here tonight, but thank you. And I want everyone in Highland Beach to know I appreciate you guys coming out here and giving us your opinion. And I know this has been a kind of a long, drawn-out battle for 40 years. I just want this commission in Highland Beach to know we sold this property for beach access. My father was pretty clear on his intent, what he wanted. And, we're very fortunate, and not everybody from Palm Beach County is as fortunate as us, and we know how important beach access is to people. So that was the intent of it. And I know it's been a lot of back and forth and a lot of negotiations, and I know the town settled on something that they may not have been happy with 15 years ago, but I know the only constant is change, but at some point you have to do something. And we're asking Palm Beach County to honor the agreement, finish the play, get this thing built, not just for my father and our family, but even just for Palm Beach County. So please, thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think we have no further cards, right, Commissioner Weiss?
No further speaking cards. We have about 40 non-speaking cards.
And those non-speaking cards will be filed with the clerk of the commission. And I want to thank everybody for coming here. We are your county commissioners. You live in a beautiful place, Highland Beach. I used to live in the Yacht and Racket Club, just a little bit south. So I know how beautiful it is to live so close to the beach. You can hear the waves. You can also hear the traffic. I appreciate you coming out. I appreciate your respect. It's hard sometimes, but I appreciate your respect for other opinions. It's not easy to hear other opinions, but this is what makes our country great. The other commissioners will not speak at this time because it's not a town hall. I see that some of them do want to speak. I would ask this board that this is not a give and take. This is not an agendized item on any of the items that we spoke about. However, it is their option to speak if they wish. And so at this point, I'm going to recognize Commissioner Woodward, then Commissioner Bernard, and Commissioner Baxter. Commissioner Woodward, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you everyone who came today. There were a number of issues, but I think everyone knows the one that I'm going to discuss. I inherited this when I was elected to District 4, and Parks and Rec, first of all, when they came to me with not doing the 5-year extension because they were ready to go, we actually met at this property. And I admit, I drive there all the time. I was a marathon runner and ran past this property every weekend for years. So I'm familiar with it, but until I visited with Parks and Rec, and they actually took me on the property, and we actually walked the trail to the ocean. I did not have a full appreciation of this property. Because once inside of there, it was like stepping back in time and seeing original Florida on the coast. It doesn't exist anywhere else, I think, in this county at this time. And because it's been sitting there for decades, it's grown up with native vegetation and some not invasive species that we will have to get in and clean out will be part of the process. But I didn't see it as a beach access park, even though that is what it will be. There will be access to the beach, but I saw it as a nature preserve. We're planning to build a raised boardwalk through here under giant banyan trees in the shade. It was a place that I asked, can we put signs up for the Native Americans that we know were there? We have photographs of the Yamato colony having been there in the 1920s. At our Murakami Museum, we have this now. We have the history of this property. And I saw people coming to visit this park and experiencing natural Florida like you can't find anywhere else, I believe, in this county, next to the ocean. And that was the vision that I saw, and it was why I agreed happily to move forward with this. And many of you were at the February 1st meeting that we had at Town Hall, and I listened to all of you. There was limited support. It wasn't accepted by the people there. I got a number of support after, people who wanted to help me build this park in the best way for Highland Beach and for the residents of Palm Beach County. I spent the next week with my staff. They took copious notes. Our staff worked really hard for a solid week on how they could address almost every issue that was brought to us, how we could make this park better, only to find out within days that the town of Highland Beach passed a resolution, no park, and if you look around, there's a number of no county park stickers in this room, which means no negotiations. Passed a resolution for us to sell the property to a private developer, which means no negotiations for this park. I had a number of meetings with staff on what does this mean for the settlement agreement. It was explained to me very well. If we were to open this up and we did not have partners at the table actively wanting to participate in whatever negotiations come forward, we put ourselves at risk of losing this entire project. I had a meeting with your mayor. I had a meeting with a representative. I had a number of people in the room, and it was explained that while this resolution exists, we cannot move forward. I need you to rescind the resolution. That was the last thing that was said, and to give us in writing expedited permitting and review, that you want to negotiate with us, you want to cooperate with us. I was then troubled that instead of that, there was an appraisal done on the property to develop it into residential units. Again, telling me that there's no room for negotiation. So I would like the rest of my board to know that is the history I have with this property. This property has 37 years. I was 10 years old when this happened, when this first started. But the history that I have with this is it belongs to the county. We can turn this into a beautiful nature park with history. I want to work with you still on signage. Artwork is fantastic. Even the parking lot. I've seen renderings of a beautiful parking lot. It is not a parking lot that's standing in front of a Walmart. This is shade trees. This is beautiful landscaped parking. We will work. Our Parks and Rec Department does a phenomenal job all over this county. We have beautiful parks. We have active recreation parks. We have nature parks. I encourage you to visit some of those before you come and say that we cannot deliver a beautiful product. We can, we will, and I would like the rest of the board to understand it's important that we hold this up, we honor the will of the people, and we do what we can do to deliver a good quality park, and where we can work with the town and deliver what they want outside of the settlement agreement, we will. Thank you.
Very well spoken. Thank you, Commissioner Woodward. Commissioner Bernard.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I have a little bit of history with this project because I think Commissioner Weiss in 2019 was on the commission when this item came up. And I served as the mayor of the county hearing this issue. And this was decided as a 4-3 decision in 2019 to give the 5-year extension. So in that way, the county would have the chance to start working on the park. So, as Kim Milani just said, this has been for close to 40 years. And, it's supposed to be for beach access. And he stated that we need to honor the agreement and to make sure that we're providing the residents of Palm Beach County, the opportunity for beach access. But, I heard from some of the residents that says that they were misinformed, they were lied to, and they've been deceived. We have a stipulated settlement agreement with 43 conditions. And if we don't adhere to any of these conditions, the town will pretty much not allow us to build this park. So if we open it up, then that means that we're not going to be able to build this park. So I know for me, hearing from the district commissioner, I support us moving forward based on having that stipulated settlement agreement. And if the town, the residents, they want to work with us to create this park in a more safety to address environmental concerns, we can do that, but without opening this settlement agreement. It was in 1987 that this land was purchased. It went into litigation for almost 20 years of litigation. And after 20 years of litigation, we entered into a settlement agreement that said that we wouldn't build the park for 10 years, and that was in 2009. And then so it came up with in 2019, and then we agreed to a 5-year extension, and then there's also an additional 5-year extension that we can exercise. So basically, after 20 years of litigation, the town told us that, hey, we don't want this park to be built basically for 20 more years. We have an agreement, and I believe that we shouldn't put us in a worse position by opening this settlement agreement, and that will be litigation, and we will lose our rights. And so my idea is for us to keep the settlement agreement and then work with the town and build a park that we can work with. And if they have some suggestions in terms of that's within that agreement that they would like to address, I'd love to work with the district commissioner so we can move forward to address the town's concerns. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Bernard. Commissioner Baxter, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. I do find it concerning and agree with Commissioner Woodward that when we're trying to work with residents, we always want to know, or even a council, that there's some give and take and some good faith. And when a resolution was passed, I think there was it was seen as a hard line in the sand, which is never a good place to negotiate from. I will say that I do think within the terms of the agreement, to Commissioner Bernard's point, if there's room to help all of the residents who are most closely impacted by this, that should take place. I mean, we need to listen to our residents. I do agree with Commissioner Woodward on several things. I guess I would ask if the town at this point, is it taken off the table? If the town at this point did rescind their resolution and did want to come back to the table, is that something that is possible? I guess it would be for the attorney.
I think that I would ask the district commissioner if that is something that she would want to entertain before I would try to make any legal, opinions on that.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. I have actually asked these questions before leading up to this, and What it comes down to is it puts us in a precarious position. It opens us up. At this point, we're moving forward on good faith, that there will be no blocks of permitting, that there will be no blocks and no more future resolutions. And I think what we're seeing here today is if we open this up, we will be met with a wall of resistance on anything that we try to do. And that risks us losing the entire settlement agreement that I don't know how much legal fees were spent in even getting to that in 2009. 20 years of litigation took us to get to that point. And I wasn't willing to risk opening that up for it all to go away when there is obvious resistance. There was resistance that got us to the 43 conditions of approval. There was an enormous amount to get to that level. And if we open it back up, we could be looking at 94 conditions of approval. So I would not recommend it to the rest of my board to do so at this point. I don't see what that looks like. And as I said, there are Parks and Recreation and facilities have told me there are a number of things that we can do within the settlement agreement to address some of the concerns that people have had. And that we, in all of those areas, will be very happy to work with the town. When it comes down to items like numbers of parking spaces, that's one of the conditions of approval. Part of the conditions of approval, it doesn't have to be asphalt. It can be gravel, it can be mulch. There's options there. However, the town has to approve that. It's their zoning, they would permit that. If they don't want asphalt, we are willing to make those changes, and we can within the agreement. But again, that's where we need the commission to agree with us as well. There are a number of those types of issues that have already been identified by staff as we move forward, and those changes that we can make that don't break the agreement, we will.
These are your residents. So I am going to, I guess, follow the district leader of this. I think it's important that we do that. I will say I do like the idea. I would love to know what those 43 conditions are at some point, because I mean, I did find it a little bit alarming these agreements were made. I won't tell you how old I was in -- or that this all started, because Palm Beach County is a much different place than it was many, many years ago. So, but I would at least like the information. And so I will leave it to you, to your determination, and really ask, Highland Beach Council to take a serious look and have some serious conversations to work within the agreement of that settlement with the district commissioner, so that some compromise, some form of can be had to move forward. We come across a lot of things that keep getting pushed. One last note, I hesitate to mention this, or ask this. How come when there was a 10-year extension, it was brought back and they voted on a 5-year extension, that it was never brought back to us again for the potential of the second 5-year?
That would be a question to the county administrator.
The item was brought back to the board just so that the board would know we would continue to move forward, that we were exercising our right to begin the process.
It was an agenda item?
Was it yes. Yes, it was an agenda item. And I think staff did speak with commissioners regarding this issue. Some of you I sat in the meetings with, others I had a conflict. But staff did come around and talk to each commissioner on a one-on-one basis. This item did come before the board, and we exercised our option in that first 5-year renewal.
What year was that, Ms. Baker?
2019, if I may.
2019.
Yes.
Okay.
So if
2019.
If I may add, Administrator Baker, Mayor, and Commissioners, when we came in 2019, we requested authorization to defer for another 5 years. We were given that authorization, but we were also directed to include the project in the 5-year CIPs, which we did, right? We funded the project, and then that budget came for approval of the board, so we have been proceeding accordingly.
Okay. If I could add, because I had the same questions as well. In 2019, when it came to this board, where 2 of our members are still here, They didn't have the funding to do this project at that time. They were well into building the Canyons project, was taking most of the resources, and that was the request that was made. Can we have the 5-year extension? We will work on getting the funding and getting ourselves ready to go on this park next. And that is what they did, which is why they didn't come back for another extension.
Okay?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Marino, you're recognized.
Thank you. I know there were a couple of references made to Bark Beach, Red Reef Park, Spanish River Park, and South Beach. The county owns 110 parks. We own parks along the ocean. They are all free to park. The Boca Raton beaches are not free to park. The county prides itself on, if we're going to spend taxpayer dollars, any taxpayer can use those parks. If you're playing golf, you're going to pay for golf because that's a totally separate entity. But to walk through our parks, to park at our beach parks, it is free parking. And so while I appreciate people referencing the parks in Boca, they're not free. They're not easily accessible, and the county prides itself on being accessible to everyone. So the district commissioner stated it very well, very nicely, and I am supportive of the district commissioner's opinion and position. Thank you.
Commissioner Weiss.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I was here in 2019, and but just a few years ago, we had an item come in front of us when I think a number of you were not on the board at the time, and that had to do with some property up in that we had made an agreement with Scripps on. And at the time, the agreement, previous board had made an agreement that we would, after a period of time, allow that property to be purchased at a set price by Scripps. With very little conditions on it. I mean, there are some, and they're still in place, but they're going to expire shortly. The property was appraised at, I want to say, around $75 million. Our contract called for us to sell it for a fraction of that. I want to say it was just a few $1 million. It was, as a board member, I wasn't involved with it, but I knew I had to live and uphold the contract that a previous board had made. And the reason why I knew I had to do it was because if I didn't, nobody would ever be able to believe that they could trust us to uphold a contract that our previous board had agreed to, and that everything would be subject to change with a new board. It was difficult. The news media certainly was not kind to us about it, but it was the right thing because that's what our board had agreed to. And so today we are all living with an agreement that was not made by us, wasn't made by you or your current town council, but it was an agreement that were made between two parties legally. And I feel compelled to have to support that agreement. And I support our district commissioner in trying to find ways to do the things that you all have mentioned that complies, though, with that legal agreement.
Okay, seeing no further comments, we're going to close this portion of the County Commission meeting. I want to let everybody know that your opinions are respected. We listen to them. We agree with many of what you say. You have a beautiful parcel of land that was given by a family that lived in your community, your neighbors. You have an amazing county commissioner that will come out and listen to you and work with you. And you have a lot of folks who care a lot about your home. And I think that this is a good step forward. And I look forward to coming out and enjoying that maybe not the east side of A1A. I heard it's pretty rough out there. But I heard there's a lot of turtles out there too. So I look forward to coming out and when this is all over and enjoying that beautiful beach area. So thank you. We will be in recess 15 minutes and then we'll get back to work on the regular agenda. Thank you, folks. Did you say?
I was gonna, yeah, it's okay.
And we are moving forward with a report from our good people from our lobbying team. So, Mr. Bonlaren, we're going to start with you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Good afternoon to you. And I just want to apologize in advance. I know some of our lobbying team was here earlier today. Had to get back home and some travel arrangements. But I did want to recognize those that were here that you were aware of. Paul Lowell from Converge, Natalie Fossil from Anfield, Andrea Tovar from Corcoran Partners, and Lauren Jackson from Eric's Consultants. Sean Pittman is the lone lobbyist standing, and he has stayed with us through thick and thin today, as he always does.
That's what I hear about Mr. Pittman.
He always does.
He's always with you. That's good.
It just didn't work.
Pull you back.
So I want to thank Sean for being with us. Also, I want to thank Vicki Nolan, Carrie Ann Ingram from our legislative delegation.
I see him back there. Yeah,
I appreciate everything they've done to support Casey and Ed and Deborah, and also from the county attorney's office. Scott is up here representing the county attorney's office, but throughout this session, Denise and her team have been engaged on every single issue that we've worked on, and so it was a real team effort from county attorney's office. Just wanted to give you a quick session at a glance. 1,957 bills were filed, almost 2,200 amendments filed, over 3,000 votes taken. 325 bills were passed through 43 floor sessions, and 330 of those bills were tracked by Palm Beach County and our lobby team.
Looking at Florida's, good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and County Commissioners. I guess it's not morning anymore, but it's afternoon. But we're going to look at Florida's fiscal year 24-25 budget, $117.46 billion. That's just a slight increase of about a little less than $500 million from last budget. Reserves, we're looking at a total of $10 billion with $500 million added for the Emergency Preparedness and Disaster Response Fund to help us respond to emergencies. In Health and Human Services, a total of $46.5 billion, the largest silo in the budget, and $333.1 million was added for Medicaid provider rate increases this year. Moving on to education, in this budget, there's $30.1 billion in appropriations. That only counts state and federal funding, but local revenues would bring it to around $45 billion in funding across the state. And if you look at the state FEFP funding, you'll see a 6.73% increase in FEFP funds from last year's budget and a 2.75% increase in per student funding. Our Florida college system received $2.4 billion this year, and $9.76 million of that is going to go to Palm Beach State College Lake Worth campus for their remodel of the Library and Media Technology Center. Looking at our state university system, they've received a total of $6.8 billion, with $2.88 million going to FAU's Max Planck Scientific Fellows Program, which is included in our state agenda.
On some transportation and economic development, you'll see the Florida Job Growth Grant Fund was funded fully at $75 million. Visit Florida at $80 million. Both SHIP and SAIL were funded fully for a total of $408 million for affordable housing. Under Department of State, you'll see that Cultural Museum Grant Program was at $60.8 million over the past couple of years. That number has kind of changed just a little bit. Over the past at least 2 years, the number of grants coordinated by the Department of State has actually lessened, while the amount of member projects has actually increased. When we look at the Department of Transportation, you'll see the SCOP transportation projects for $9 million. We'll talk a little bit about that in just a moment regarding State Road 80. And 4 funding items under Transportation and Economic Development. County Road 880 for $2 million. We appreciate Senator Harrell and Representative Caruso's help on that. Todd will talk a little bit more about these. Peanut Island Historic Recreation was for $1 million. That was also Senator Powell and Representative Caruso. Central Palm Beach County Historic Infrastructure for $1 million. Senator Lori Berman and Representative David Stillers were the sponsors for that. We appreciate that. And for downtown West Palm Beach signal upgrades of $2.7 million. This is a signalization upgrade project for downtown West Palm Beach covering Okeechobee Boulevard. It covers about 1.9 miles and 13 signals from Okeechobee to the coast. Commissioner Weiss was on this. This is adding a little more higher technology to make sure that those signals move a little smoother. When we look at our budget for agriculture, I wanted to bring your attention to the Department of Environmental Protection, especially $410 million in member water projects. Alternative water supply grants will be a $55 million. Just a look back from last year's alternative water supply grant program. I do want to recognize Ali Bayat and our Water Utility Division, who just got notification of a $5.7 million alternative water supply award. So congratulations. They are honey badgers when it comes to finding state and federal funding. We appreciate him.
Whoa.
Under FERDAP grants, the total statewide amount was $14.3 million. That included 10 Palm Beach County projects that totaled just a little over $1.2 million. And under environment, you'll see the C51 reservoir received $100 million. That brings the total over the past couple of years of funding to $283 million for that project. Green Cave Phase 2, we appreciate Senator Polsky and Representative Skidmore in bringing us $500,000. The Lake Worth Seagrass Restoration is part of the Lake Worth Lagoon Initiative. Senator Powell and Representative Peggy Gossett-Seidman were able to bring in just a little over $270,000. Loxahatchee Slough Habitat Restoration was $90,000. Senator Harrell and Representative Snyder brought that in from the Loxahatchee River Preservation Initiative. And we want to thank Senator Berman and Representative Joe Costello, former firefighter, for helping us bring in $385,000 for Palm Beach County Fire water vessels, particularly in the western area of our county. On civil and criminal justice, just a couple items on this page. When we look at the Department of Juvenile Justice, we see the Juvenile Assessment Center replacement for Hillsborough County came through. So that means we are next on the list. We were ranked 2 out of 3. That was number 2. So we are lined up for this. So we are lined up for funding in the 2025-2026 federal DJJ budget. It's a long time coming, and we will make sure that that gets done. We had 2 projects. The Palm Beach County Restore was $500,000, and the Westgate CRA Street Lighting and Safety Initiative. Senator Powell and Representative Silver sponsored that, and Commissioner Bernard, I believe that was a project that emanated from the dais at one of our meetings. So we appreciate that going forward.
Very nice.
So Ed went over some of our Palm Beach County funded projects, and particularly our priorities, and so we just wanted to put this one slide together for you. These were the priorities that you as a Board of County Commissioners gave to us to go up to Tallahassee and secure for you. These are the dollar amounts that we did for each of these particular items. And the reality is that we were successful in getting something for just about every commissioner's district throughout the county on priorities that you had. For Weiss on the signalization upgrades, with Commissioner Baxter and the CR 880 reconstruction. And I will just say for that particular project, I mean, this is a project that this doesn't happen too often. We took a project that was not on our 5-year plan necessarily, that we spent some time amongst the Board of County Commissioners, created a plan with a partnership in a very limited time to make this work. And not only were we successful in getting this $2 million appropriation in, we created a program for long-term funding that we believe that future leadership in the legislature is going to provide additional dollars into that long-term program. So I can't thank Commissioner Baxter enough for the work that she did and for the support of everyone on the Board of County Commissioners and all of the external players that were involved in doing that. I mean, it was a Herculean effort, but it really showed in some of the things that we were able to do that you can do some of these things when you put your mind to it and you put a good team together to do that. Also, Commissioner Barnett, in terms of the work that we were doing on the historic infrastructure improvements, Representative Silvers was with us earlier. He's tried a number of years to get these dollars in there. An agenda item that you approved earlier today in Palm Springs will be the beneficiary of some of these historic infrastructure improvement dollars within that central area of Palm Beach County. So we're excited about that. The Peanut Island continuation funding for Commissioners Marino and Bernard, super important for their district. Mayor Sachs with Green K Phase 2, and then a number of the other projects as well that you see throughout your districts that Ed had a chance to work on. That Westgate CRA one again with Commissioner Bernard and assisting to do that was a great success to land that. There were also a lot of other appropriations in the budget that we worked on. Many of these came before the board, also in our legislative program, and amongst a lot of our municipalities and our not-for-profits. And I just wanted to highlight a couple because I know that they were important individually to some of you as well. The 211 Palm Beach Treasure Coast Building, recipient of $1 million in the budget. A number of appropriations for the Alpert Jewish Family Services, totaling millions. Bush Wildlife Sanctuary on the north end of the county, successful in securing another $500,000 for them. And then the Center for Arts and Innovation Design, Phase 2 in Boca Raton, another $1 million. I know that was an important priority for Commissioner Woodward. Going on to the next page, the Cox Science Center, another $5 million appropriation, and Senator Powell has really been our champion on that over the years. They've brought in well over $15 million to the Cox Science Center over the last few years. The Max Planck continuation of that fellow program, the hardening of Arc of Palm Beach County South Campus. I know that was something of particular importance to Commissioner Barnett. And then the Indian Trail Improvement District, working with them on the canal outfall at $500,000. On the next page, the Loxahatchee Groves. The Loxahatchee Groves Stormwater Rehabilitation, Phase 2 at $750,000. And then in Mangonia Park, the water plant modernization and expansion for another $750,000 are in the budget. $125,000 for the Palm Beach County Food Bank for the Rural Community Mobile Food Pantry. Our dredging project in Palm Beach Shores along the Lake Worth Inlet. I know that Commissioner Marino, Vice Mayor Marino, has been working tirelessly on that. And then the Palm Springs Village Congress Avenue Sewer Force Main, again, another allocation to the project that we talked about today of another opportunity to fund on that. And thank you, Commissioner Bernard, for all, Commissioner Barnett, for all of your assistance on that. And then on the next page, the South Florida Agri Center and Emergency Shelter at the South Florida Fairgrounds. $1 million in the budget for that particular project. Really excited about that. Lord's Place Mental Health Care for people experiencing homelessness at $300,000. Veteran suicide prevention, I know, really important priority of Mayor Sachs, over $500,000. West Tech for workforce improvement in the Glades, and then the YMCA of the Palm Beaches Community Center, $500,000 that the county has been involved in.
Getting into some of our policy issues, we'll start with the tax package. This is the annual tax package this year. It did include sales tax holidays you've seen before, one back to school, 2 disaster preparedness holidays, a Freedom Month sales tax holiday for event tickets and recreational items, and a tool time holiday for tools for skilled trades. With regard to property taxes, there's an exemption for developments a new exemption for developments that dedicate 70+ units for affordable housing long-term. There's also an opt-out option of one of the Live Local property tax exemptions if the county can demonstrate that there is a surplus of middle-income units in that 80 to 120% range. And then also regarding property taxes, there is an extension in the time frame to start the repair of damaged homesteaded property from 3 years to 5 years. There's also a temporary tax credit for corporations that employ individuals with disabilities and temporary relief from insurance premium taxes on residential and flood insurance policies. Moving into some of our preemptions and mandates, starting with local government actions. Last session, the bill was passed that required cities and counties to produce a business impact statement prior to passing certain ordinances. There were exceptions that were provided within that legislation last year. This bill eliminates the exception for comp plan amendments and land development regulations unless the amendments are initiated by private parties. So the county will have to produce a business impact statement for those prior to its adoption. House Bill 433 prohibits local governments from controlling wages and benefits in any way of its vendors and contractors, so that would be our living wage ordinance. It also prohibits us from requiring private employers to provide heat exposure requirements that are in excess of state and federal regulations, and it prevents us from adopting ordinances or contract requirements regulating scheduling. House Bill 705, related to public works projects, adds the word local to the definition of a public works project, which essentially prohibits us from, on projects, no matter what the funding source is, from requiring a contractor pay a predetermined wage rate. And it also prohibits us from preventing any licensed or qualified contractor from receiving information about or bidding on a public works project. Moving into Senate Bill 674, U.S. produced iron and steel in public works projects. We have to use U.S. produced iron and steel in our public works projects unless there are certain exceptions that are provided in the legislation, particularly when it comes to cost and availability. Senate Bill 280, vacation rentals. This is the legislation that's been tried and true for several years that has made it across the finish line, and it is still awaiting action by the governor. This does include what's included in our legislative agenda that requires that a point of contact for these vacation rentals is given that can respond to any sort of issues and emergencies 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And then House Bill 165, mandates notification by the county to the Department of Health when water quality standards are not within the proper range, as well as municipalities reporting that as well. And I will throw it to Sean for an explanation of the legally verified agriculture housing.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, great. This one's going to take some getting used to, much like a lot of the preemptions and mandates that come about. But this one's very interesting, and Commissioner Baxter, this is going to be one that you're going to have to pay a lot of attention to. But the housing for legally verified agriculture workers basically is preempting local government from inhibiting construction or installation of housing where legally verified agriculture workers on agricultural land. And there's now the statutes will tell the county exactly, you still will do the work that you do, but you're going to do it under the statute now and the menu of things that they have told you to do, as opposed to each local government sort of having their own way of permitting and zoning and all those other issues. So it provides for some circumstances that require removal or disuse of housing and record keeping obligations for property owners related to such housing sites, mandates property owners to maintain permit records for 3 years and allow the government to inspect. It does allow for suspensions of use and removal of housing units if they're not used by verified workers for 365 days, if the land classification changes, or if the health permits are revoked. And while they allow those things, statute also allows that if they correct them but within that period of time, they're good. It authorizes that existing housing sites sort of grandfathered in, and as long as they don't make significant changes or updates, they're able to continue as they are. But that's a bill that our staff's going to need to pay, the department's going to have to pay close attention to.
Mr. Piven,
Or get used to.
Just, are you done, sir?
Yes.
Okay, good, because we have a question for you by Commissioner Baxter.
Sean, does this, and thank you, Mayor, does this mean we are going to have to come up with our own or make that very clear what the new statute would be should this be signed?
Yeah, I'll send you the staff analysis, but it actually just lays out the areas that you can govern. And the only thing you can do is less, you can do less, you can't do more.
Understood. I guess what I'm getting at is we have several other things that have been done statutorily that we then have to put into our ordinances to make it clear, because it's not us, the commission, that are approving these, right? It's staff.
Sure.
And making it on their radar, and by mimicking state law into the ordinance. Is that what we normally do? I guess that's a better question for the administrator.
Yes, as laws change, we modify any policies and procedures or ordinance resolutions that would be in conflict with it. So we'll be making the appropriate changes.
All right, thank you.
I have, Mr. Pittman, I have a couple of questions on this. This is serious. This is serious. First of all, I'm going to need a copy of this, and if you give a copy to everybody here, and the staff report. Secondly, who is tasked with checking who's legally verified agricultural worker? Is that a state FDLE, or is that the sheriff, or is that ICE? Who's just sort of? I'm just.
Yeah, it just means that they are legally.
No, I know what it means, but who's
it's
going to
the same
check?
process. I mean, that's not, Todd, I don't know if you can answer, but that doesn't change, right? I mean, the federal government is the entity that determines whether someone is legally verified to work in the United States.
Yeah, through the E-Verify system. So that's something that employers have.
So that's not stated in there that there would be the sheriff's office that would go out and check on people's documentation pursuant to this. I'll tell you what, let's do this. Just send it to me. Send it to everybody here, and we'll talk about it.
Yeah, and just to be clear, that process doesn't, the statute, this law is not changing any way that people are verified to be able to work under the United States law. It doesn't change that.
No, I understand that. What concerns me is that there is going to be a law enforcement entity that will be able to go into agricultural areas, private property, and check possibly for documentation on their agricultural workers. So let me read the statute first and the staff analysis, and we'll go from there.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And then
you.
you'll see two bills that failed, one establishing term limits for county commissioners and one preventing the display of flags by governmental entities that express a political viewpoint.
Some local government bills very quickly. The public records exemption for personal identifying information for current county attorneys, assistant attorneys, deputy county attorneys, and spouses and children of such attorneys has passed. I want to thank Senator Bobby Powell for being the Senate sponsor on that. HB 303, rabies vaccination. This would allow a county employee to administer rabies vaccination to impounded dogs, cats, and ferrets under the indirect supervision of a veterinarian. That is something that our public safety department was pushing. Veterinary practices, this allows veterinarians to practice telehealth in Florida for initial patient evaluation to diagnose medical issues in pets and prescribe specific treatments authorized by the bill. And finally, public records for animal foster and adoption. This would be a new public records exemption for the personal identifying information of a person who fosters, adopts, or otherwise receives legal custody of an animal from a shelter or an animal control agency. These three bills are something that we were working on for years. Commissioner Weiss has been pushing us all the way on that, so we're very happy to get those across the finish line.
Those for animals.
Good. Those little kittens will live in the
Neither of those bills has yet been presented to the governor. So stand by. Actually, most of these bills have not been presented to the governor.
Most of them haven't.
Okay. Yes.
Improvements to real property. So this expands the PACE program. So it would expand qualifying improvements to include waste systems, flood and water damage mitigation, and resiliency improvements. But it also adds substantial consumer protection regarding solicitation, advertising, and unenforceable financing agreements. Continuing contracts, this bill would would increase the maximum limit for continuing contracts from an estimated per project construction cost from $4 million to $7.5 million. 377 is a license to permit operate a vehicle for hire. So this would now prohibit a local government from requiring a person to obtain an additional license to operate a vehicle for hire in their jurisdiction if they already have one from another county or other jurisdiction. The exception that Casey was able to get in this was the exception was for airports, seaports, and non-emergency medical transport vehicles for hire from these provisions. So we are very happy with the outcome of that bill. Building regulations, this bill now requires local governments to determine if a building permit application is complete within 5 days. That amount of time used to be 10 days, now it's 5 days. A local government must approve or deny and complete a sufficient permit within 30 business days for structures less than 7,500 square feet and 60 days for larger structures. That time period used to be 120 days. So this is, we've been with Whitney all along in this. She's aware of this. Again, this bill was passed, has not been presented to the governor yet. 812 is expedited approval of residential building permits. So this requires larger counties with more than 75,000 residents to expedite residential permit issuance before a final plat is recorded, allowing applicants to identify up to 50% of planned homes or building permits needed. So that number, by December 31st, 2027, our programs would have to be updated to allow for up to 75% of planned homes or building permits. 713 Special Districts does a couple of different things. Number one, it does establish a 12-year term limit for elected officials on popularly elected special districts. It requires special districts to adopt goals and performance measures. And it does repeal a statute that allows special districts to convert to a municipality without legislative approval. And it prohibits the creation of new safe neighborhood districts. That conversion language has been in our legislative agenda for years, and that was included on that special districts bill. Bill 1365 is going to be our unauthorized camping and public sleeping bill. Just wanted to take a minute on that issue. So the legislature is telling counties that a county may not authorize public sleeping in public places. A county may designate by majority vote a property owned by the county or a municipality for public sleeping, but that property must follow a very strict guidelines of Department of Children and Family rules and other safety rules. It also would allow a resident of the county, the owner of a business within the county, or the Attorney General to bring a civil action to enjoin the county or municipality for violations of overnight sleeping law. The state also included it, they allocated $30 million for statewide continuums of care. That's an increase of about $10 million from last year to help cover the cost of this. The continuum of care in Palm Beach County is obviously our Department of Community Services. They have already had a meeting last Monday with all of their stakeholders trying to get their hands around how this would work in Palm Beach County. It was the first of what they would consider to be a number of meetings trying to work on that issue that had not just local service providers, but municipalities there as well.
Before you leave that subject, we have a couple of questions for you.
Okay.
Are you done with that issue?
I am. Well, we'll see.
I'm going to recognize Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question. You said, I think you were reading from the actual legislation that we may not authorize. What constitutes us authorizing someone sleeping where they sleep?
You could not pass a bill authorizing individuals for overnight sleeping in public places. So we cannot do that. We already have in this county, we have regulations against overnight sleeping on beaches, overnight sleeping, I believe, in vacant lots and under bridges. And our Parks and Recreation Department has very clear rules about overnight sleeping in parks. But you could not authorize an ordinance that would allow public sleeping in public places.
And we currently do not have an ordinance that we authorize them sleeping outside anywhere.
That is correct, as I understand it, Administrator. Yes.
So, because what I understood before was if someone is sleeping on our property, even a right-of-way, under a bridge, whatever, that we could be sued, but we're not authorizing it. Mm-hmm. So,
no.
Does that mean that they can still sue us?
Yes.
If that person is basically physically outside on public property, yes.
Overnight.
Without our authorization, even?
Yes.
It says authorize or otherwise.
Okay, thank you.
This is I'm sorry, Commissioner Weiss. Wait, I'm sorry, Commissioner Weiss, before you do it, our attorney.
I believe the legislation says authorize or otherwise allow.
Right.
And that's where the suing comes into, or otherwise allow. So once we become aware of a situation, we need to act.
I want to thank our attorney for working with my office on this because, and I would like to have every commissioner have a copy of that legislation and the staff analysis. It is a challenge for us because this is a mandate for us as a county and our 39 municipalities that if anyone is sleeping overnight in a area that is county-owned land or city, that we can be subject to a lawsuit by any resident or business owner, and if they don't sue us, the Attorney General can sue us. And that attorney who initiates this lawsuit will get attorney's fees, costs, deposition, all their costs paid for by the government, who is, whether you're city or county, allowing this person to sleep in a public place overnight. So I think that this is an issue that we all have to know about and embrace and really own. October 1st is the drop-off date. January 1st is the date that they can begin to file a lawsuit. Now, this $30 million, I understand, is given to the state, not to Palm Beach County. So $30 million to 67 counties for mental health is difficult for us to work with. But I think we will work with it if we're all together on this, on the same team. It is a tough thing. Also, some counties will just round up the homeless, unsheltered, and put them in acceptable, legislatively recognized camps that have law enforcement regulations and enforcement to make sure that folks are contained within these camps. And so we have a challenge in front of us as a county, as well as our municipalities as well. So I would ask if you could send that to, that's been signed by the governor. This is law. So if you could send that to all of us, and we'll work within these boundaries to make sure that our unsheltered and our homeless are taken care of. Commissioner Weiss, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. Actually, I was having a discussion with a police officer over the weekend on this, and they were saying, and so I'm asking staff that the legislation stipulates that or specifies a deputy to be responsible for enforcing this, and so that a police officer is not a deputy, they're not part of the sheriff's department. Can somebody, are you guys aware of this? And that so that they will, that sheriffs will have to come, or sheriff's deputies will have to come into municipalities to deal with this? Or that's what they were telling me. If not, if you don't know, that you can, if somebody can.
I don't recall seeing that in that specific term in the staff analysis, but one of the things in the bill is that a municipality cannot create a encampment on their own. Right. They would have to come to you, and the county would have to then make that request and then be responsible for upkeep under DCF terms. So I don't recall the term deputy in there specifically, but we can find out.
Thank you.
One other exemption that already is sort of an issue, public camping and sleeping does not include residing overnight in a registered insured motor vehicle that is in a place that is lawfully allowed to be parked. That's kind of already an issue, and now that is being exempted from this law. The substance abuse treatment bill this year were all recommendations made by the Palm Beach County State Attorney Addiction Recovery Task Force, and they establishes levels of care at certified residences. They forbid residencies from denying access on the basis that the individual is being prescribed an FDA-approved medication to assist with their treatment, and it does prohibit local governments from regulating length or frequency of stays. And for the past couple of years, this legislation has been sponsored by Senator Gail Harrell and Senator Mike Caruso, and we are very grateful to them to be our leaders on the sober home issue.
Looking at transportation and economic development, Senate Bill 328, also known as the Live Local Glitch Bill, includes a couple of things on our county's wish list, including exempting airport impacted areas and clarifying that the density entitlements of qualifying developments do not include any bonuses, variances, or special exceptions given to other surrounding developments. The bill also appropriates another $100 million to the Florida Hometown Hero program, among other changes. House Bill 479, this is a bill that had cities and counties at odds with each other publicly in Tallahassee for the first time in several years. Counties were successful in negotiating with the proponents of the legislation to find a middle ground, and in its final form, the bill defines a mobility fee and a mobility plan and requires that counties and cities that charge both for their impacts to their transportation facilities enter into interlocal agreements by October 1st of 2025 to mitigate these impacts. It provides in the legislation certain aspects that the ILA has to contemplate and include, and it also provides sort of a scenario for where if an ILA is not entered into by October 1st of 2025, the fee does have to be apportioned by to the county and the city as identified either in the developer's traffic impact study or in the mobility plan that the county or city has adopted. In these instances where there is not an interlocal agreement that's entered into by that deadline, the developer does receive a 10% reduction in their total fee. And House Bill 1301, Todd alluded to a little earlier, this is
Excuse me, hold on just 1 second. You're a fast talker. We have Commissioner Woodward would like to ask you a question, and Commissioner Baxter.
Absolutely. That was quick. The last part you said, if we do not enter into an agreement, what, 10% what?
So there's language in the bill that does contemplate if an interlocal agreement is not entered into by the deadline, that the fee does still have to be apportioned between the county and the city based on either the developer's traffic impact study or the mobility plan that's adopted by the county or city.
But without the interlocal agreement, whose plan is the plan?
I think that's a question that's going to have to be worked out, probably with the county attorney's office.
All right, sorry, it's been a long day. So if we don't enter into an interlocal agreement, then the amount gets apportioned according to the plan. But if there's two different plans between the county and the city, which we don't know whose plan ranks?
I'm not that familiar with the legislation at this point, so I can't tell you exactly what it says. I don't know if Scott studied it yet.
No, we can certainly come back to you with an answer to that.
Okay, thank
Would you send that to all the members of the board as well? That's a good question. Commissioner Baxter and then Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, so I did read it, and I believe what Commissioner Woodward is referencing, it says the developer's traffic study, and then if we still don't have, and part of that means that they also get a 10% discount if we don't have an interlocal agreement. The developer gets that discount. So it behooves us to make sure we're in interlocal agreements, all 39 of our municipalities. And one of the things that I brought up, and unless anyone on the board objects, was potentially us having with the League of Cities and the county legislative PZB staff, school board, potentially Tri-Rail Brightline is coming together and having a publicly noticed meeting with everyone at the convention center potentially, so that we can all get information, we can all hear background, and have open discussion regarding this, how it impacts everyone, working together, and really get to the bottom of this, because this is going to be October 1, I feel like I can't believe we're in May already, right? So we're talking about a matter of 5 months. And I really hesitate to wait until, because it's not signed yet, at least coming up with a plan. If it doesn't get signed, great, but having something moving forward where everyone can talk and get all the information required. So unless anyone has any objections, I'd really like to see something like that take place.
Todd?
I think on two levels. One, I think on the mobility funding, Ms. Baker, our PZMB team, Deputy Administrator Rudder have been working and reviewing some of these options that we have within this. I mean, obviously, there were sort of a lot of carrots and sticks that were put into this particular bill. It was meant to incentivize us to come to the table, to get together, and that was part of some of the trade back and forth of this. But I think it's probably a good idea for us, to get together with all of our municipalities and the county to have those conversations. I know some of those have been going on, one-on-one, but in a broader sense, there are a lot of interlocals that are involved. And it's not just the interlocal between the county municipalities. I mean, it's the impacts between city to city as well. So when something is happening in one particular location and it affects those jurisdictions around them, those are very vital to these agreements as well. And those are some of the things where the cities are going to need to be talking to one another as well to mitigate those particular impacts and figure those out within this. But I think also, to Commissioner Baxter's point, there's also a bigger and broader issue here. This is one piece of that broader mobility plan and discussion that you all talked about at the joint meeting that we had with the League of Cities and the Board of County Commissioners about how we put together a broader plan for transit, for transportation, and then figure out those, the components of the funding within here as well. The mobility fees, impact fees, any broader fees that might exist either in place or not in place currently, to have those opportunities to look holistically at that system. And so, I mean, there's kind of two tracks of this. There's that bigger piece that the board briefly talked about there, but then also this specific on the mobility component and all of the different players at the table, primarily cities in the county, and then obviously a lot of developers as well who will be paying these fees as part of that, subsection of that discussion. So certainly I know that the administrators was more than willing to look at that and putting together some of those meetings.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Marino.
I'm sure everybody knows that I've been on both sides of this. So I was Switzerland, coming from the city of Palm Beach Gardens that had passed a mobility plan. Was there any kind of stipulation that the city had to already gone through the process of adopting a mobility plan before we're doing any interlocal agreements? Because I know there was a process. They had to have some readings. It had to go to Treasure Coast. We had to approve it at Treasure Coast, blah, blah, blah. Is there anything like that in this bill, that it had to be already noticed and adopted beforehand? Or is this now that this mobility fee has been accepted, that even if a city didn't have a mobility plan in place, they can now do one? That was a long-winded question. I apologize.
So under the bill, you are permitted as a city to enter into a mobility system or any other alternative system. But as far as I'm aware, there's no contemplation of noticing requirements and approval processes and things of that nature specifically for a mobility plan. Does that answer your question?
It does. Again, and I know that there is a strong need for the county and the cities to work together on getting a better understanding of this. And I know that Commissioner Woodward was excited about putting together a whole group of people. Again, I'm not going to give you my resume as to why I should be doing that, but just suffice it to say, Commissioner Baxter also hit the nail on the head. This has to be something done sooner than later, as soon as possible. The problem is we just don't know what it is. We don't know what mobility is going to look like. We don't know what jurisdiction is going to look like. It's not just a city and a county. It's a city and a city. It's a city and a taxing district. I mean, you have taxing districts that aren't getting fees. So the faster Yes, going from county to county, city to, exactly. If you're going from Boca down, down into Broward, then what happens? So the faster we can get all this together, that'd be great. I know that the new installation of League of Cities officers is going to happen in the next couple of weeks. After that, we'll be able to sit down with the League of Cities with their new board. And, I chaired the transportation board for League of Cities when I was with the city. So anything we can do to fast track this, it's really important because Marcy's ears perked up when, Commissioner Woodward, when you said 10% reduction, 10% discount. So we can't afford a 10% discount. We can't afford a discount, period. So the faster, the better. And Richard is usually here. He's not here, Richard Radcliffe. But yes, this is something that needs to be fast-tracked.
He lives here. County Administrator Baker, and then Commissioner Baxter.
We've had some preliminary I have had some preliminary discussions with a couple of the city managers. It came up at our city managers meeting regarding the entire transit
issue.
Sales tax. There are different views from various cities. I've met with a couple of cities already. They've already called, and I've had some one-on-one discussions. I had not had direction from this board to move forward. We need to have those discussions. I agree, and we need to have them sooner rather than later. And it would be beneficial if we started with the city managers group and then moved from there to just for us and TPA to pull the information together and then come back to our respective boards and then set up a meeting for our respective boards so we can lay things out. We will be hosting our own impact fee, multimodal fee workshop with the board, I want to say in June. That it's scheduled. So we'll be talking about what we're doing here in the county and the fact that we have spine roads throughout the county, our thoroughfare plan to get us there. But we need the cities in order to know how we're going to connect and get our residents from one end of the county to another. So I will take this conversation to mean that I'm going to go ahead and start talking with the City Managers Association, because the managers are the ones that's going to bring their people to the table and then come back to this board. We'll also set up, if it's this board's direction, we'll set up the meeting, the joint meeting between the league, the county. I want to invite the school board because we're transporting children on some of our transit systems, in addition to TPA. And any others that you deem appropriate. But for those particular ones, we set something up.
Of course.
And while we don't always agree with what business says, we do have some large stakeholders that should be brought to the table also, whether it's, a representative from AGC, a representative for the Economic Council, but this is a broader scope, and there will be plenty for all of the county commissioners to do being involved in this.
Okay.
Right. Thank you.
Do you want me to also invite some of the chambers as well, because they've got members that
Please,
are not
because
necessarily...
Yeah,
okay.
The Palm Beach North Chamber has its own transportation committee. So yes, but I do know we have a whole lot of chambers in the county. So I would say, the ones that represent the largest population, maybe how we would pare it down. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Baxter, you're represented. Your community.
Thank you.
Recognized.
I have some questions I don't know if can be answered today, but I would like them at least brought back to us either prior to or at the June meeting. I want to know how many of our roads are backlogged in the county. I mean, I know that's maybe a robust list, but I would like to know exactly how many are not where they should be, and then how many are also projected, because we have so many permits out there of homes that haven't been built yet within the next 5 to 7 years, what that looks like throughout the county. Because again, if we're looking at an overall, and I would love for Commissioner Marino to take the lead on it, anything we're putting together, because she has been on the TPA. She has been a part of road discussions way prior to my being here. But also, you know, I would like to know what is the current plan that we have to address any of those deficiencies going forward. I have so many questions. We can't, right. We have all these housing needs, and we're going to have a lot of road deficiencies, especially with potentially, I mean, we were talking just this morning about 1,100 new units. We need to have an overall look. How many roads are failing? How many are planned to be failing in the next 5 to 7, or not failing, but have deficiencies, excuse me. And what's the plan? I mean, we need a plan to address this, and we can't keep relying. Yes, we will have impact fees going forward, a new mobility. Things are going to be set up for future. But what are we doing now, currently, to address these issues for our residents in Palm Beach County? So, I mean, if we can get just a foundation of what it's looking at that we need to address, I think that could be a huge help.
Thank you. Ms. Baker, it's a tall order.
That is definitely a tall order. What we will need to do, and David, I hope is in the room. If not, he's listening. We really need to come back to the board and lay out how our road system works. We have different levels of service on our roads. And so there are some, D is usually the average, that's a level D. But there are some that are below that. And then there are others that have crawls on them that this boards in the past have designated as crawls, which means they're congested, and it's not going to get any better. It's just congested. So we need to, when we come back to the board, and David, engineering will be, I want to say, one of the items, budget workshops, we can kind of roll that in if you want to, just so we can give you a feel of that. And then, of course, we've talked about the 5-year road program before, so we can identify those as well. But I think levels of service is what we probably need to look at, and then determine where the crawls are, the designated crawls, which is congested road, something. So we can definitely bring that back to you.
That'd be excellent. Commissioner Weiss and then Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you, Mayor. I think, you know, in just adding on to what Commissioner Baxter said, I think it's really important we understand what the cities are doing, what they've entitled in their jurisdictions, and some of our special districts as well. Because without that information, again, we need to see how the whole network is potentially being impacted, and you know, as it relates not just to houses but to businesses and whatever development is happening, because that's people are going to be moving and around the county to those places.
Thank you, Commissioner Woodward. You're recognized.
Thank you. Wasn't actually planning to talk about this today, but I brought it up a month ago, and I know that we tabled it. We were short on the board, and there was some discussion to be had, but I just wanted to bring it back up. What I was asking for in allowing me to be the representative for the board was to work on this very thing, the transportation master plan. It wasn't so much about how we fund it or necessarily all the different solutions, but informing the master plan, what you're asking for. I honestly, I believe it's more than our staff can handle or even should, because we have to know what the cities are doing. We have to know what the special taxing districts are doing. It's bigger than our staff. And nothing against TPA, it's bigger than TPA. This is a third party we need to go out to, maybe even an international group, because we are as large as some states, we are as large as some countries, and very diverse. We have urban to rural, we know this. There's not going to be a simple solution to this, but the first thing we have to do is the study to identify the reality of where we are, not necessarily what's been approved and planned and what traffic engineers will tell us is going to be, but what's actually happening. And that's going to require, I've had a number of meetings with people. I started this over a year ago because, you know, I'm new to this, I'm new to politics. And so I just started talking to a number of people and business people, anyone that would listen to me about how do we do this. And I'm not going to say have secured a lot of funding, but there's discussions with a number of different partners willing to buy into this to help us pay for it. It's probably going to cost about $2 million for us to get what we really need. That's not just for us, unincorporated, but is the whole county. And this is something that we will be sharing with everyone. It's something everyone's got to buy into. And whatever the solutions that come from that master plan, that's where we need everyone to buy in. Because first we have to identify the problems, the areas for, like we have severe deficiencies in a lot of different areas that, we're still developing. And there are already road failures. I mean, GL was an eye-opening experience in how many road failures there are in that area already. And there's stuff approved. So what I was asking for was to move forward with helping us have a number of different funding partners. I want to see a large stack of people willing to help us do this, but also all the cities that will have to participate and give information. And the third party is going to do what they do. And when they come back with us, then we work forward on our solutions, whether it's public transportation, how we fund our roads that we need to focus on more. What's on our TIM, what should or shouldn't be. The reality is what we planned for isn't necessarily what happened. So again, I would like to ask this board to continue with moving forward to get the funding, to get the players to buy in on the master plan, which is the study of the reality of us, every city, every taxing district. I've had the meetings. I don't want to compare resumes. I'm not trying to pick a fight on the board. It's just something that I wanted to know this information. And it's more than our county staff can do. It's more than any city can do. We all have to have this together. And it's a big ask. I mean, $2 million for a study is a lot of money. I think we should participate in it, but we should have a number of different entities with some skin in the game as well. And so far, I have a few that are buying into it, and I'd like to continue working in that direction.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. I'm going to recognize Commissioner Baxter, and then I'd like to advance what Commissioner Woodward has suggested again, second or third time. Commissioner Baxter?
I was just going to agree with Commissioner Woodward. I love the idea of doing a third-party study. While we're doing this, I don't know how long it would take to even put out an RFP for that study. I don't know how long it takes to then get someone and them to do it. But again, we are on a time clock here. So I think it's great that our staff can take us to where we, in the meantime, need to be as soon as possible with the deficiencies. But in the meantime, I love the idea. If we could just poof, magic wand and say, all right, study, go get done. I think that'd be great. But at the end of the time, I think we all know studies take time. So I support that. And if you have supported had some partners that want to come to the table, maybe that could be a topic for discussion as well.
I think this is a topic that we've been talking about and we've been skirting about, and our constituents are all angry about. And everybody, there's so many people here came here today. When they talk about a park or they talk about North Lake, they talk about traffic. So what traffic? And businesses are almost frozen out of coming here because of the traffic. And we're going to have 1,100 possibly new affordable and workforce housing. And where is all this traffic going to be going? So I would like to open a discussion about using our universities first. We have very fine land use schools at Florida Atlantic University. We have Palm Beach Atlantic, which is private, but is part of our traffic issue here. I'm sure they would maybe want to go participate. But I would like to use first to review this, and it's just a suggestion, our local talent and our universities, that they would give us an idea of what we're looking at in terms of the grid for this county, which is as large as, well, we're the largest geographic county in the state of Florida, but we're probably larger than some states. And I think that if anything, that would give us the groundwork for maybe needing to spend money on a consultant. But I think that we definitely need to work with, just a suggestion, with our local universities and colleges to reach out to them, Ms. Baker. We did this before with the FDOT secretary when I was first elected. We have a new Secretary of Transportation, and I think that possibly we could work with our local universities first and their consultants, their engineers. It's amazing how smart our local talent is. And then from there, we can look at hiring a consultant to do the rest of the work. And this all came from your legislative session. You see what happened, huh?
Not all of that came from this legislative session. But,
So, Ms. Baker, can we review this with your staff to see how we can move forward before we get to the budget process and before we look? I know there's a lot, but it would be really good if we could review this in terms. We have a 5-year plan. I saw Mr. Ricks came in. He probably walked out right after we started. But this is a big deal. This is a big deal, and it really concerns everything.
And I agree.
Housing, everything.
When I put together our budget, we have a contingency reserve for things that we haven't solidified, right? And so I wouldn't worry about, we normally set aside roughly about 20 million in just the contingency reserves. So we could utilize that and not, because I'm coming to you early next month. So I'm not going to have a whole lot of time to finalize everything, but we'll start working on it. And if the board determines that we're going to work with our local universities and we have to pay them, I can take it out of contingency reserves.
I'd like to send to Commissioner Woodward my contacts at the universities who are experts in this field, and I'm sure that their costs would be minimal. I hope they're listening.
And we've worked with them, so that...
Sure, we've worked with them before,
yeah.
and we could, from the professors and the scientists, we could maybe get a groundwork of where we go from here or what consultants we could hire. And if, I'd love to have Commissioner Woodward be on the head of this, if I could go ahead and we could just look towards you for putting some of the information together and then giving us a report at a later date when it's appropriate. Is that okay, Commissioner Woodward? Excellent, okay. Well, now we solve world peace, right? Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Can we clarify what you just did? Because I absolutely had no idea what just happened.
Well, let me look over at you then. What we're going to do is we're going to have Commissioner Woodward connect with our universities and state colleges, their land use and engineers and scientists on how we need to look at transportation here in this county. And then
So we're going to leave out the end. We're going to leave out the staff?
No, I'm sorry. Then we'll come back and she'll give us a report, and then Ms. Baker will take a look at it in terms of the monies that are needed from our budget to finances.
And do we have a time frame for this?
Oh. Well, Ms. Baker's coming back with our budget pretty soon, so I'm sure this can work within that time. We're not going to solve all the transportation, but at least we'll get the information about it.
Well, and Commissioner Woodward, you're more than welcome to do this. Just to refresh your memory, I've been asking for a global overview of the county since the day I walked into office. We have not gotten it. If this is what starts the process of a global overview of our county, I am happy for that. But it's not just about roads. It's about services. It's about houses. If one portion of this is roads that we do now, that's fine. But a global overview, we can't do roadways without where is development going to be? Where is business going to be? How are we going to deliver services to those areas? This is such a bigger animal than this, such a bigger animal than this. And if you think that the universities can do this without the input of our engineers, I am hesitant. They can't do it alone. They can't do it in a vacuum. The same as in a global view, we can't do it in a vacuum. We have to get other people involved in all of this. So again, I just would like some clarity on what it is we're asking for.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Woodward and Commissioner Baxter, you both have your lights on. Did you want to, all right, Commissioner Baxter, you had your light on first.
To clarify, I didn't realize we were removing staff because I think staff can work faster to the point of whether we use universities as a third party. We need answers quickly if we're going to have to enter into 39 interlocal agreements before October 1st. So in this 25 interlocal agreements, excuse me, before a certain deadline. My concern is that and I love the idea of universities, they have amazing staff, whether it's them or a different third party, helping with a study, an overall global study of roads for now. And I do agree that we have some bigger concerns that need to be addressed, global concerns of the county. I just worry about, by October 25. Well, okay, that's going to come up quick, regardless. So
I think what we're working with Commissioner Baxter and Vice Mayor is to start with roads. We have a 5-year program coming up that we'll be looking at, and staff is going to, of course, be a big part of this. That's why David Ricks just walked in. So this is going to be a project that is going to be informative at the very beginning to see which roadways have the crawl and where we need to go to develop those. And then from there, we'll study whether we should hire a consultant, which we probably will, third party, to give us a professional opinion on that, which is in addition to what we will receive from the staff.
are you wanting to delay having staff going after an additional party for a study, or you want to have them start looking into it now?
I personally think that before we look at spending money on a consultant, we need to first identify the problem.
And that is my, I guess, big thing. I thought that's what that would do. So
Yes.
please correct me.
I would like to see the hiring of a consultant to tell us how to solve the problem.
Okay.
Right. So right now, we need to look at North Lake, State Road 80, 441, Lyons Road. I mean, I could go on forever. So if we have an identification of the issues, there's nobody better to know this than staff. And if they need to, they can refer to the engineers and scientists at our local universities. And then we can, once we identify those roadways, then we can move forward to hiring a consultant. I know your light is on, Commissioner Bernard, but Commissioner Woodward, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, anything that I would do would have to include staff moving forward. I wouldn't want to go and have any of these types of meetings without staff. They're the ones that I have to go to with my questions, so why wouldn't I bring them? And second, I've said all along, like, land use has to be a part of the transportation master plan, that we have to understand the land use that exists, understand the potential land use that could come, like understand what's planned there. And part of the land use, any zoning that's been done or any changes to anyone's comp plan should have taken those considerations for infrastructure as part of the plan. And this will also give us, is it realistic what was changed, what was allowed? Is that even realistic anymore? Is that a plan? But overall, we're talking, I feel like, two different issues. The one that where we might, I feel, could use the universities would maybe to help us with the interlocal agreements. With that's a very specific interaction we have, maybe. And staff would have to, if that's even an option with our universities. But I still feel that the overall snapshot, what did you call it, global overview, that I still feel is going to have to go to an outside consultant, because they're going to have to work with so many different entities that's not just us. And our staff will have to work with the consultant, obviously, but so will every city, ITID, even water utility, whatever. There's lots of districts that would have to work with the consultant for us to really get true information. And then from there, that's when we have to start talking about solutions, because I think we need a clearer picture of the problem. So.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Bonlarian, did you want to add something?
No, I think all your points are very well taken, very well taken. And we kind of have two tracks that we're looking at. We've got the mobility fee piece component that we talked about here, and then I really appreciate this broader conversation that this has merged into. But I think there's a lot of moving pieces. Obviously, with staff, it'd probably be great to get with the administrator, bring back to you a framework of maybe how something like that would look like at maybe the next BCC meeting or one thereafter, so that you could kind of have that bigger picture piece of how to deal with that mobility fee moving forward, right? Or the mobility funding systems and the interlocals. And then on the broader conversation about how we look at that broader plan, put the pieces of that together. And I think that, both of them can work concurrently with each other, and we could come up working with staff with a good framework for you based on a lot of your direction and feedback that we've gotten right now.
Good, thank you. Commissioner Bernard.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Sorry that I have to leave, so I'm changing the conversation. I have a town hall at 6:30 with Superintendent Mike Burke and School Board Member Edwin Ferguson. So as part of my commissioner's comments, I'd like to just make sure. I'd like for the Board of County Commissioners to direct the public safety staff to bring back an update on the COPCN ordinance. 3 years ago, we had approved the secondary COPCN, and as part of the approval, we had requested to get a 3 years update, which comes, I believe, at the end of June 30th. And so the request would be for us to have an update from the public safety staff at our August 27th workshop. August 27th workshop.
Okay.
Thank you. I just want to add, Vice Mayor Marino, in regards to the issue on, for us to look at, the binder. What'd you say? I was going to bring it up next week. Okay, because
You're reading it.
Yeah, I've already read it. So I've already read it. So
I noticed that. Yeah.
So I just want to know, kind of like, when do you want us to have it on the agenda or the workshop, so that way we can have it as a discussion piece.
Ironically, I was going to bring that up in my comments later, but I was going to say, because we did talk about the beginning of this month, so we've had so much on our plate, and I was thinking that if people had comments for next week, we could do it, because we have some additional things that we wanted to add to it. So if you had comments, I thought maybe we could, did our agenda come out already for next week? Can we do an ad of? Okay, let's do an ad where we continue the discussion on that. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Sorry that I do have to leave.
No, that's okay. It's okay. It's quite all right, and I'm glad you got everything done there.
Sorry, do you want an agenda created, or do you want to discuss it under your comments?
I think we should just do an agenda, so we've been
Okay.
Better that way, I appreciate it, thank you. Okay, and Commissioner Weiss, you recognize?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to go back to the topic of, on this. So, yeah, and I concur with Todd's comments that it's really, we got two tracks going on. One is dealing with the mobility fee issue and getting that resolved, and the information we need for that is going to be different than the coming up with a master plan, which I think is a much more comprehensive look at things. So, and then the second comment, it just is, honestly, I think staff knows what they're doing, and if we give them direction on what we want, they'll figure out how to get it for us. I don't think we need to weigh in on how they should find it, but just that we know we need it, and they've got authorization to spend the money to bring it to us.
Okay, so going back to Ms. Baker, with regard to Commissioner Woodward's request to have a review, a deep dive into transportation, not infrastructures, but transportation and roads for the county, what do you recommend?
Actually, as I stated earlier, I'd like to meet with our city managers, because no matter what we do, we have to have their input. We need to know what their roadways, how are we going to link their roadways to our thoroughfare plan? And then what are their thoughts on their circuits that run within their cities? Are they going to, what type of shuttle buses? Is it going to only incorporate certain areas in their city? Then how do we connect all of the others? I actually live and breathe this stuff, but anyway. I will work with our cities first. In the meantime, on Tuesday, when we talk about engineering's budget, we can be able to then answer your question, Commissioner, on county roads. We would need to know what the cities are doing. So we'll work with them. In the meantime, we can then also establish the workshop joint meeting between our board. So the elected officials will have an idea of where they're going. We don't want to go down a path that's not where you wanted us to go. Land use is a crucial element in all of this that we're going to do. And the problem is that some of us are still developing areas and others are redeveloping. Right. And so those are things that we're going to have to take into consideration. Don't mind working with the universities. We embrace our universities here in our community. But I do agree that at the end of the day, the city, the county, TPA will need to get together, create a committee that will work with someone that's a third party, doesn't have a dog in the hunt, and that can deal with a county as large and diverse as ours. We can't look at Austin or just one city and how traffic works in that city because we're too large. We've got 39 with different needs. We've got our employment centers in certain areas. We've got housing that some of us can't afford to live in that area. So we need to figure out how we're going to make the system work. It's complicated. It is going to take time. It's not going to happen overnight. But I think the legislation kind of forces us to at least talk to each other on the multimodal or the impact fees along with the other. So that is something that the county managers can start talking about because we have to address it. And I think that kind of helps us move along because that's the first step. The first step would be for me to work with the City County Managers Association, TPA, and maybe the issues forum we bring into it once we get to that point. And then the next step would be to simultaneously start talking and setting up the joint meeting.
Very good. And do you think you can do this before the June date? You can talk with, do you talk with the office, with the city managers
we have
regularly?
A meeting, yes, we have a meeting every fourth Friday. So I will reach out to the president and ask if we can just start this conversation at the next meeting. It actually started at our last meeting. So we can have that discussion. And that's not to leave out the special districts because if the funding and everything is going to involve them, we need to include them in the conversation. But I'd like to start with the city managers, if you do not mind first.
Okay. I think that would be a first good place to start. Commissioner Woodward, Commissioner Baxter. Then we'll get the information first, and then we can identify the issues and get a consultant. Thank you so much.
We appreciate it. We're going to close out very quickly. We've advanced the PowerPoint just to the very last 2 pages to talk about some of the federal components of this as well that we wanted to share. There is also an overview of some of the constitutional amendment questions. If you wanted a quick reminder of the 6 questions that are going to be on the ballot, that's towards the end. But in FY24, our federal earmark award, we've included this in our updates the last few years. We were successful in 3 of our federal earmarks as well, working with Representative Sheila Shurfless McCormick for $2.25 million for workforce affordable housing. That's in the current U.S. budget. Almost $1 million working with Representative Frankel on Green Cay Phase 2, and then $500,000 on some of the Palm Trend bus shelters on working with Congressman Moskowitz. And then on the final page, Ed is going to just briefly share with you the submissions that we submitted to our congressional delegation this year, and this has just been in the last couple of weeks. They had very tight deadlines to get these in.
Since the earmark program reappeared in 2022, the number of available funding silos has decreased significantly. So it's been kind of difficult to find funding mechanisms for programs that we'd like to put forward. But these are the ones we put forward this year. For Representative Sheriffless McCormick, we put in for Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard's bridge safety rehabilitation over the FEC railroad tracks in downtown West Palm Beach. That's a $2 million ask. And also $500,000 for our Restore Reentry program that would allow us to add an additional number of clients in that program. Representative Brian Mass has not accepted earmark requests in the past. He has this year and has specifically reached out to us on a number of different issues, most importantly of which is the North County Airport runway design. We have made an ask for $1.5 million for that runway design program. We have brought his Deputy Chief of Staff down to kind of show him Peanut Island and the North County Airport. So we feel good about that. We've asked him for Peanut Island Coast Guard historic renovation, $1.5 million. Again, on the same day, we had his staff out at Peanut Island. He actually gave us a couple of really good ideas of other federal avenues to search for. And 2 Lake Worth Lagoon issues, $500,000 for a restoration program and $450,000 for a monitoring program. With Representative Lois Frankel, we put in 3 requests. I did ask for Palm Beach County bridge safety, Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard, bridge safety rehabilitation. And that's the same bridge over the train tracks for $2 million. $500,000 again for the Restore Reentry program because that is sort of a countywide program. And as a result of the mayor speaking with Representative Frankel just a couple days ago, we were able to put together a housing for the homeless request for $2 million. That would be an issue, a purchase of a building and rehabilitation for a building that would create low-cost rental units for the homeless in the south part of the county. She was very receptive to that, and we're crossing our fingers in that. And I have direction on you tonight for some other issues on that, so we'll take care of that. And for Representative Jared Moskowitz, he received a request for the Bird Aronson State Park upgrades under the economic development initiatives. This would upgrade the cross-country trail, which would bring more sporting economic development in the South County, and that request was for $1 million.
So that concludes our update to you from this past legislative session, and certainly we'll get those follow-ups to you, Mayor and Commissioners, and we just want to thank the Board of County Commissioners and County Administration for all of your support in what has been so far a very successful legislative session for us, and we will give you updates on the governor's actions as those come forward.
Thank you so much. You guys done an amazing job.
Thank you.
I mean it. Thank you so much. If there's no other questions, we're going to dismiss this.
Mayor, thank all of you that come to Tallahassee and help us. We appreciate it very, very much, and you can't even imagine how helpful it is for electeds to speak to electeds, so thank you.
We appreciate it, Mr. Pittman.
And if we
Thank
could
you.
just get a motion
I
to
think we
receive
have
and file.
Vice Mayor Marina, before you leave.
No, I was just going to say we need to make a motion to receive and file.
Got it. All those for, anybody opposed, see that it passes unanimously. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, if we look at the top of page 85, 5D1, and I'm looking at County Attorney at this time. What I'd like to do is have us move 5.1A and take it next to B. So it would be A and B, C and D, and E and F. Okay? Okay. You got that, Greg? Okay? Okay, very good. Staff, why don't you come on up just to complete this, if we have any questions. So, do we need a staff presentation? Seeing none at this time. So what we're going to do is, if I have a motion for, and this is the way we're doing it. Everybody understands how we're doing it, right? Okay. So I need a motion for 5D, 1A and B.
A and B.
All right, this is what I said. If you look at it, it says to adopt the resolution and then to approve a tax exemption for, so it would be 5D, 1A and B together. Well, I don't know. I think that they're different, so.
They are different, but you still can do them all together if you'd like.
Okay, so we will do all of them together unless anybody has an objection to that. Very good. Then we are going to proceed with 5D1, A, B, C, D, E, and F at this time. I have a first from Commissioner Baxter, and I have a second from Commissioner Woodward. All those for, anybody opposed, see that it passes. Great presentation. Thank you, staff.
Thank you for coming.
5D2, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and H.
Very good. We have a motion by Commissioner Weiss, a second by the Vice Mayor, and you all heard what he said. So if anybody opposes, nobody opposes, everybody passes it, it goes unanimously.
Mayor, I'd like to make a
7-0.
motion to move item 5D3, A and B.
Second.
Second, you got that, the Clerk of the Court? Clerk?
Could you please restate it for the record?
Okay, we have a first from Commissioner Weiss, a second from Commissioner Baxter. Anybody opposed? Everybody for it? See, it passes unanimously at this time. Go ahead, Commissioner Weiss, you're on a roll.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to make a motion to receive, or to approve item 5E1, A and B.
Got a second, got a first by Commissioner Weiss, second by Commissioner Barnett. Anybody opposed? Everybody for. See that it passes unanimously at this time. Commissioner Weiss?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I know we have two other, or three other presentations. Unfortunately, I also have a commitment I am going to be late for, so I take this out of turn, but I would like to appoint Michael Cuevas to the plan, or I am appointing Michael Cuevas to the Planning Commission. Michael Cuevas.
All right. Do we need to vote on that? I don't think so. I think that's fine. Okay.
Oh, and I'm supposed to ask for a proclamation, sorry.
You have an off-site proclamation?
No, yes, I'm requesting off-site proclamation declaring May 18th through 25th as National Safe Boating Week and declaring March 24th as Audubon Everglades Purple Martin Awareness Month. And then I've been out to see them, so I'm happy to do that.
Very good, very good. Thank you. Do we need to vote on
She said, yeah.
off-site proclamations? Yes, we do. So I have a first by Commissioner Baxter, a second by Barnett. Although anybody opposed? Nobody opposed. See that it passes unanimously. Now, do we have a quorum? We have 5 out of 7. I think that's fine. We have a quorum. Nobody else leaves for 10 minutes. Okay. So let's move forward to complete this agenda. And we are now moving over to, I think, the library, 5F. We have staff here.
May I
Do we
make a
have?
motion to approve items 5F1?
Okay, very good. Now, does anybody want a
Or to
presentation?
receive and file, excuse me. Sorry.
Does anybody want a presentation from staff at this time?
Could I ask for a short, like a
Absolutely.
Reader's Digest version presentation?
Okay, but Ms. Baker, did you have something to
Yes,
say?
I wanted to open it up. The reason that we're bringing these 3 departments to you was because the board gave me direction not to bring the entire budget to you at one time, and that's our June meeting. So I'm breaking it up. Airports, when they did their last presentation, included their operating and capital budgets. That was a part of her presentation. So I'm now bringing libraries, fire rescue, and utilities based upon your direction. In addition, next week, we will also have 4 other larger ad valorem departments that I'm going to bring as a part of the agenda packet, so that when we meet in June, you won't have all of the major departments. So that's why we're here today. Libraries is a dependent taxing district. Their millage rate is calculated based on just what they're doing, and they're going to go through that process with you. Fire rescue is also a dependent taxing district. However, it is not included in our 10 mil cap. So they're separate and apart, and they can do the 10 mils if necessary, but they won't. Water utilities is an enterprise fund, so their budgets are based upon their charges and revenues that they bring in. So we're going to start with our library department. Thank you.
Okay, it's a good idea. Very good. All right, Reader's Digest version. So Todd, you're on.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. So this is our library team that we have up here today. We'll move through this quickly, and we'll probably skip a few introductory slides as well, but we'll move this along for you as quickly as we can. So, Doug, if you want to start with the executive.
Well, good evening. Just for the record, Doug Crane, Library Director. I think the executive summary slide is pretty self-explanatory here. Our millage has been kept at 0.5491 for the past 14 years. What we've seen in the past 3 years is that the ad valorem is projected to increase, has really grown significantly and will increase over the next 5 years. This is important because the library is responsible for its own capital program, including renovations, expansions, and new facilities, including what we hope to have as a new main library. And what we're asking the board to consider this budget cycle is to keep our millage rate where it is. That will help us support our capital needs for the foreseeable future. Brief history of the district. We were created by the state legislature in 1967, reconstituted in 2000. We started service in 1969. Our first permanent building was the main library on Summit Boulevard, opened in 1972, and it's the existing building. Beautiful. We've had 2 voter-approved expansion programs that have got us up to 17 locations and an annex. Our Canyon branch is nearing construction completion and should open later in the fall. And a Hypoluxo branch just approved by the board is in early concept phase. We have 468 permanent staffing positions. At Todd's suggestion, we're going to jump ahead to slide 7, which shows our library operating history. And this is where you'll see as a dependent district, we're really kind of a tiny version of the general fund. So we have to do everything the general fund does, except we're a little simpler. The vast majority of our funding comes from those ad valorem tax revenue from the district. We get a small amount from state aid grants. We've been generating a lot of interest through our accounts, as I think the general fund has. We also have to maintain a fund balance from year to year, and that's basically because the money doesn't go back to anywhere else, it stays with us. And we also have to maintain statutory reserves as dictated by the county. And what you'll see here is that basically the summary of this slide is that over the past bunch of years, our revenues have basically allowed us to carry our operating, plus putting some away for short and long-term capital projects, small capital. But what we're seeing in the past few years and projecting going forward, which you'll see on the next slide, is that the amount of revenue the district is generating through ad valorem is significantly increasing. It's growing like the general fund. And this is important because we'll be directing a lot of that into our small and large capital funds to be able to cover expansion. And we've been working through ad valorem since the end of the last bond to pay for library expansion, specifically Wellington and Lantana. Also paying for our Canyon branch, which you'll see on slide 9. Also, we are planning to do some minor work at the main library towards the end of this year. Looking ahead, because we have 17 locations currently in operation, we need to have a plan to do renovations going forward. And when we looked at the list of potential renovations going forward, we considered the condition of the building, the length of time since the last renovation, and the geographic proximity between projects to ensure we didn't have neighboring branches under renovation at the same time. So slide 11 shows our projection going forward for grouping branches together. The first 2 that we would work on would be the Okeechobee Boulevard branch and the Hagen Ranch Road location. And then you can see the pairings going forward from there. We would expect it to take about 10 years, which is similar to what our prior bond-approved expansion programs took to go through the entire system. There are some potential areas for construction going forward. Some locations we've considered are Mangonia Park. The town has really expressed interest in a library. There's really no site determined in that area. Avenir and Western Palm Beach Gardens, we've been in discussions with the city about potentially going there. And we've also been informed there's land available at Lake Haven, which is near Arden off Southern Boulevard. But on slide 13, you'll see that our top construction project is really a new main library. Our current building is the oldest in the system. It is over 50 years old now, and it has significant maintenance needs that we're addressing. What we've noticed is that Central County lacks sizable free meeting spaces, such as conference rooms or a large meeting room, the equivalent of the South County Civic Center. And we would see a new main library would provide an opportunity for centralized cultural and community resources and services. When you compare us on slide 14 to the other big 6 public library systems in Florida, you'll see our main library is demonstrably the smallest of all of them. And that really limits our ability to do really diverse and different programs and to have large community activities. So on page 15, we highlight what we would conceive of a new main library. It would be a 100,000 to 130,000 square foot facility, 2-story building with large event space accessible outside of operating hours. There is space available for this building already and is on the east side of the existing parcel of Summit Boulevard. The design consideration could also include moving our library annex located on Cherry Road, now in the shadow of the new SOE, to centralize operations in this building, and we would demolish the existing main library for additional parking. Slide 16 is the site for the current main library, showing where the proposed new building would go and the demolition of the current building. Just looking ahead, our main concern is construction costs. There's a high variability in what that might be, so that would affect our outlook for how aggressively we can move forward with our plans. Our best estimates right now would say that within the next 5 years, we should be able to fund all of our renovation work just by keeping the millage where it is, and also enable us to start design work on a new main library. And that's if the board were to decide to keep our millage flat at 0.5491 for the foreseeable future. And slide 18 shows our 5-year capital projection. So you can see our projects there.
And I think one thing to note just on the capital projection side, in the past when we embarked in our efforts to build and construct new libraries throughout the county, those were bonded. We did that through a bonding program that built many of our branches that we have in place. As Doug mentioned earlier, we work on a pay-go system in libraries now. So those dollars in ad valorem that we have from year to year that we can carry over to these large capital programs, our proposal is to use our existing millage that we have so as to not have to bond out and be able to use that in this order on this FY25 to 29 list for some of these large capital and small capital projects within our existing branches and also for a new library. So that concludes our presentation for you, and certainly available for any questions that you might have or to go back over.
Are there any questions by any members of the board?
Too quick on.
I just have one comment, maybe two, quickly. You do a great job. I love our libraries. I love our librarians. I got to meet many of the librarians the other day, and gosh, they're just a wonderful group of people. And the second is, before we decide to demolish the beautiful, you're talking about the main library here in West Palm Beach, put a parking lot. Isn't that sort of historic, that building? It's so beautiful.
No. This is not the West Palm Beach Library. This is our Summit Boulevard Library that we have, which is not very attractive.
I just wanted to make sure that it shows you haven't been to the library lately.
No. The one located next door to us is the City of West Palm's Municipal Library.
It's a beautiful library, beautiful library. And thank you for the libraries in District 5 and for Canyons, too. It's beautiful. Ms. Baker.
Canyons has set the bar.
Oh, I know.
So I shared with Doug that I expect the main library to
be like Canyons.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, no, it's our main library. So the staff has done an excellent job in maintaining our millage rate, maintaining the existing libraries we have as we also bring on new libraries such as Canyon. And so we're real happy with the work that staff has done and definitely the legal advice we've received with the library system as well.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Woodward, did you have anything? Okay, good. Well, then I think we have to have a motion here. I see Vice Mayor is ready to do the motion.
I'll make a motion to receive and file.
Very good, and I have a second by
5F1.
Anybody opposed? All those for, see that it passes unanimously. Thank
Thank
you
you
for all
very
the
much.
work you do.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Okay,
Thank you.
fire rescue. I know that we have the chief here, and we have Kennedy, Chief Kennedy,
Chief Woodside.
Chief Durnan. We got everybody here. So let me ask our county commissioners, my colleagues, would you like to have a presentation?
Yes.
Yes, we would.
Reader's
A
Digest.
Reader's Digest.
Yeah, just tell us why we're spending money.
No, don't get too excited about this. We love our EMS officers. So with that, Chief Patrick Kennedy, would you like to start? Or Chief Durnan?
I'm going to start, ma'am.
Oh, you go right ahead.
Good
Chief.
afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, and County Administrator Baker. In an effort to give you the Reader's Digest version, I want to tell you that Fire Rescue has provided a balanced budget. Thank you very much.
That's why you're in the executive suite. You know that.
Our Fire Rescue Administrator, I'm joined by our Fire Rescue Administrator, Chief Patrick Kennedy, Finance Director Lawrence Midrowski, Planning and GIS Division Director Jill Gregory, as well as Assistant Chief Dave Woodside, as well as our special guest that we have as our attorney. Thank you very much. Thank you for this opportunity to allow us to present the 2025 budget. With that, I'll yield to Chief Kennedy.
You're recognized.
Good
Go ahead,
afternoon.
sir.
Thank you. So we condensed this down, so we will, am I on? Yes. Our mission, we are committed to providing safe and secure communities by mitigating all hazards through excellence in public service. With 2,400 square miles, Fire Rescue serves the unincorporated areas with 19 municipalities and dispatches emergency response to an additional 13 surrounding communities. This is the department's reason for existence. Move past that slide. Our depth of service. So as we know, our depth of service is wide and vast throughout the county with 51 fire stations, 166 frontline units that respond to a variety of calls like hazardous materials responses, confined space, technical rescue, dive rescue, high angle, trench rescue, along with several others. This is our call history. So Palm Beach County Fire Rescue has experienced a rise in call volume over the past 4 years. Looking back at fiscal year 2023, we have responded to 154,024 calls. And with that, I will turn it over to Lauren.
This is an overview of Fire Rescue's 5-year history of expenses, along with the current adopted budget and estimate and the proposed budget for the upcoming fiscal year. The main MSTU fund total of $690 million, which is an increase of 8.6% over the last fiscal year. This fund is our main operating fund, which is primarily funded through Fire Rescue ad valorem dollars with a proposed millage rate of 3.4581 for the 16th consecutive year. We also have funds such as the Jupiter MSTU, the Aviation Battalion, Long-Term Disability, the Boca Raton Hydrant Rental, Riviera Beach Hydrant Rental, which brings us to a total operating fund of $735.6 million, which is an increase of 8.3% over the last year. Then by taking out our interfund transfers of $30.4 million, brings our net operating total to $705.2 million, which is an 8.47% increase. Here's a breakdown of the use of funds for all of our operating funds proposed for fiscal year 2025. The largest slice is personal services at 57.2%, followed by our reserves at 20.6%. Then in proceeding order, grants and aids at 0.5%, transfers at 8.62%, which excludes fire rescue interfund transfers, as mentioned previously. Capital outlay of 3.6%, and lastly, our operating expenses at 9.5%. This is an overview of Fire Rescue's 5-year history of revenue, along with the current adopted and the proposed budget. The top section are all revenues for each of the fund, excluding ad valorem dollars. Our main MSTU is $207.7 million, which is a 10.7% increase over last year. And here is a breakdown of the sources of revenue for all of our operating funds proposed for fiscal year 2025. The largest slice is fire rescue's ad valorem taxes at 66.54%, charges for services at 8.5%, grants at 1.2%, fund balance at 24.6%, and countywide ad valorem at 1.9%. The proposed capital funding for fire rescue is $61.35 million, which is primarily funded by ad valorem dollars from the main MSTU. The project types are broken down by new fire stations at 41.7%, renovations at 22.4%, replacements at 23.4%, reserves at 7.3%, other at 1.2%, and headquarter projects at 3.9% for the upcoming fiscal year. The 5-year capital plan totals $236.15 million, which again is primarily funded by ad valorem dollars from the main MSTU. The other source of funding comes from impact fees. The types of projects follow a similar portion breakdown as the previous slide. Fire Rescue is recommending to add 27 positions to our complement at a proposed cost of $3.2 million. We are also recommending to increase and replace our equipment assets by $11.38 million. Lastly is our 5-year projection that assumes an increase of 8% in property values for fiscal year 2025 and a 5% increase in property values for fiscal years 2026 through 2029. And that concludes our presentation.
Very good, thank you. Do we have any questions or comments by members of the board? We don't. Yes, Vice Mayor Marino.
Turn my mic on. Just two quick questions. On page 5, your call history, what is your percentage of calls for fires versus calls for rescue?
Well, I think it's like 85% medical, like 85% medical, and I don't have the sheet. Apologize.
And 15%, okay, 85-15, okay.
Yeah.
Because I'm guessing that's sort of a conglomeration of new zoning in place for new buildings that have fire suppression and all that. So we've come down in what we need, which that's a good thing. Second question, where in your budget is money for if we locate new firehouses? If there's a need, if there's a need indicated and we have to build a new firehouse somewhere, where is that in your budget?
It's in the capital plan.
It's in the capital plan?
Yes, ma'am.
We're building new fire stations.
Yeah, I know, that's what the question was I asked.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, that's all I have.
Okay. I just have a comment. I heard that you will be possibly using therapy dogs from our Palm Beach County shelter, which is a wonderful thing, our Palm Beach County Animal Care and Control, like the sheriff is doing. And we really look forward to if that's a possibility. And the second thing is everybody loves you. All my constituents, you're like number one on, we politicians are there close to the bottom, but everybody loves our EMS officers. And I do too. Thank you so much for all you do. Thank you. If there are no further questions, we have a motion to receive and file that's going to be made by Commissioner Woodward, be seconded by Commissioner Baxter. Anybody opposed? Everybody for? See that it passes unanimously. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're looking now on water utilities, which I think is the last, and Mr. Bayat's been here. Did you want to call EMS? Get a paper cut? Get a paper cut? I know, no.
I got a Band-Aid.
No, she wants him to put the Band-Aid. All right, moving on to water utilities. I want to thank you all for staying so long. We have your budget overview, we have the documentation, and does anybody here would like to have a short, condensed Reader's Digest? Go right ahead,
We'll move
Mr.
through
Butt.
this
You're good
pretty
like
quickly, and I just want to thank Stephanie and Ebony for their time with us today. They're going to focus on some of the financial pages when we get there. Mike from the County Attorney's Office, Ali, and myself, Todd Von Laren. So just quickly to go through a couple of highlights for you. We are the third largest water utility in Florida. We serve 635,000 residents. We own and operate 9 water and wastewater plants, and we have over 4,500 miles of pipes, so from here to Anchorage, Alaska, if you want to go for the trip. And we're an enterprise fund, so we operate primarily on fees that we receive for the services and grants, and we'll show that to you in a moment. On the next slide, just some of the highlights of the department. 5 consecutive years with 0 water quality violations. Really impressive for a utility, nationally and internationally recognized for a lot of our safety, regulatory compliance, asset management, water reuse program, and AAA bond rated by our agencies. And that's been that way for decades. From a customer affordability, we are one of the most affordable water utilities in our county and even in the state of Florida. And we broke this down to you in multifamily and single family. So we're at the bottom on multifamily, and you can again see single family as well, some of the least expensive rates we charge. Our environmental stewardship that we have is without question, when you look at the average per capita that we have, we're one of the lowest as well there, and that's because of the incredible water conservation that we have invested in and our alternative water supply like Greed K and other projects like that. On the next slide, we talk about our customer growth. We are growing. We are growing as a county, and particularly in our service area, you can see from 2015 to 2017, the dwelling units that we were connecting. Then you look at that significant growth from 18 to 20 and then 21 to 23, and we are continuing on that same rise. There are a lot of units that are going in and being connected. The FY25 proposed revenues that we have total roughly $600 million for water utilities. A big portion of that is our balance brought forward for our capital. We'll talk a little bit more about our capital plan. We invest a tremendous amount of money into capital and capital projects each and every year. I also wanted to highlight on this page the grants and contributions in red, over $44.4 million that we receive in grants and contributions, and I think we said it earlier, and Commissioner said it earlier, Ali and the team are very aggressive about the grants and contributions, and we seem to be getting those in every single day. The next one to show you just our expenses, very briefly. Again, you can see that our operating expenses total $236 million. We have reserves for our capital as well as our operating reserves, and then our capital expenditures of $294 million. Now that includes all of our capital currently under construction, those projects that we've encumbered for, as well as what we have budgeted. And Ebony is going to kind of take you through the next few slides from here on.
Good evening. So we decided to take a look at our top 5 operating expenses from year 2024 to FY 2025, personnel being the top. For FY 25, we're estimating about $73.8 million. For our operations and maintenance projects, about $44.3 million. For chemicals and supplies, about $20.9 million. And our purchase sewer treatment at about $15.6 million. Electric and utility services, about $11.2 million. And then we round all our other expenses, it's about $70.1 million. We have a total overall increase of 4.4% from last year. And then for our FY 2025 proposed capital budget, our total capital budget is $294.6 million. Of that amount, $243.7 million is our balance brought forward, and then the new allocation of $50.9 million. Water Utilities is undertaking capital projects to address our aging infrastructure and to ensure full compliance with applicable regulations. Our proposed budget includes new capital projects and capital carryover for multi-year projects. In FY 2023, our total expenditures were approximately $94 million. For FY 2024, we are estimating our expenditures will be approximately $125 million, including $40 million for the Green Cave Phase 2 project. And currently, we have spent approximately $42.7 million for this fiscal year. So for our 5-year revenue projections for our operating revenues and our expenses, what we did, we took a look at our current year proposed budget for fiscal year 2025, and then we did a rate index of 5% for each year, including a 1% growth for a total of 6%, and then we estimated that our operating revenues will grow by 5% each year. So at the end of the 5-year, we're showing that we have approximately $414.9 million in excess over our total our revenue minus our expenses that's used for capital projects. So when we start looking at our 5-year projections for our capital projects, for fiscal year 2025, we did budget $50.9 million for new projects. For fiscal year 2026, we're estimating about $222.8 million in capital improvements. And for 2027, approximately $269.5 million. For 2028, $249 million, and approximately $70.5 million for 2029, with a total of $862.9 million for capital expenditures.
So as we look at our capital on that 5-year projection, as we look forward, we typically work on a pay-go system as well in water utilities, but we're estimating shortfalls that are fairly significant in terms of what our projections are for what we need to do in all of the different systems and what we have able to believe that we're budgeted for. That number is about $448 million. So as we look at the kinds of ways that we're going to fund this, the pay-go method and basis that we have, and the combination of grants and department funding is probably not going to be sufficient to look at that. So we're going to have to take into account a couple of different ways to look at that, and particularly, just the escalation of some of these costs obviously are due to materials, they're due to construction costs, and then some of the water quality standards and the new standards that we have to adhere to. So in terms of those projections and how we look at that, one, the strategy is we've applied to receive settlement proceeds from manufacturers in our multi-district class action case, working very closely with the county attorney's office on that. And I will tell you that our water utilities is probably one of the premier in the country in terms of data that they've been able to collect on this particular issue. We will be coming back to the BCC per the administrator with a deeper dive on that particular issue as we deal with PFAS and the like. Working again with our state and federal agencies such as EPA and Department of Environmental Protection on grants and potentially some loans. We are going to be embarking on a utility rate study later on in this year and into next year, which is what we periodically have to do as we analyze our rates. We typically try to do that every 3 to 4 years or so, which is industry standards. And then we'll also take a look at bonds as part of that package as we look to complete that need that we have over the next 5 years. And then just a rough sketch on personnel. We have 643 total positions in water utilities. This year, we're looking for a total of 7 new positions in the area of our utility support service coordinator, our line chiefs, and our plant operators, as well as our customer service reps and electronic technicians. That growth that we're seeing, we are just keeping up with growth and demand, and our customers demand these different kinds of responses as they do any business. I mean, water utilities works like a business, a lot like airports does and building does in Palm Beach County of our enterprise programs. And that is our brief, abridged
Excellent.
version
Very
for
good.
you.
Thank you. Commissioner Woodward, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, it's getting late. The brain's getting a little fuzzy. But you talked on page 13 about the estimated shortfall, the $450 million, and your funding strategies. Could you just slow that slide down a little bit for me and go back?
Sure.
Okay.
Let's kind of move to the next one there. So these are some of the strategies that we're looking at in relation to that. We've typically gone on a pay-go method. As we talked about in libraries before, we were able to pay as we go along. Water utilities, one of the reasons why we have a AAA bond rating in water utilities is because we're very aggressive on the capital side in making sure that we seek out problems before they happen, and that is a big part of that system. We have been budgeting up to upwards of $100 million a year at its height for some of our year-to-year capital. But with costs escalating the way they are, we've got to look at, some other potential opportunities to do that. One of those is some of the settlement proceeds that we're looking at from manufacturers and some of the class action cases. We think that's going to be a fairly significant number when it's all said and done that Palm Beach County is going to be eligible for as part of that. So that's one of the strategies. I mentioned that we were very aggressive on our grants, and we're going to continue to be moving forward on that. We've developed great relationships with EPA, the Department of Environmental Protection, the Water Management District, and others to do that, as well as looking at maybe potential loan opportunities for some of those with interest forgiveness and also loans with low interest rates. Are performing the utility rate study to ensure some of that financial stability. We may have to look at in the future, over the next 5 years, at some potential increases on what we charge. If I go back to that affordability slide that we did at the beginning, you see that we're sort of down towards the bottom in terms of what we charge. We're very proud of that, but at the same time, we want to maintain our status as one of the best in the business. And in order to do that, you need to talk to your customers about whether they want to maintain that same status with us and like the same level of service they're getting. We know that it's going to be pretty difficult to do that over the next 5 years, so we think that that rate study will show us where we need to be, and we'll bring that back to the Board of County Commissioners. And then a combination of a bond issuance potentially if all of those different components don't yield enough to get to that shortfall number that we're looking at.
And this shortfall is at around the 5-year mark you're talking about. We would be short. Or
yeah,
are
we're
we
talking
gonna be
about
short next year?
over the course of that 5 years as we look at each of those. And I go back to the slide right there.
What am I looking at on this one? I'm sorry. I need a little help at this point. What are you pointing out on this slide?
So as you look on this, and Ebony, you want to kind of go over that again, just on the bottom lines for each of the fiscal years. You see in FY25, we're at $50.9 million for our new projects going forward. Ebony, maybe go into a little more detail from 26, 27, 28, 29.
So on page 12. So where we stand for 2025, we budget about $50.9 million. We're good with that. There's no shortfalls. And so for fiscal year 2026, we estimating about $222.8 million into capital expenses, I'm sorry. And then for fiscal year 2027, we're looking at $269.5 million, and then 2028, approximately $249 million, and then in 2029, 70.5. So overall, in that 5-year period, we're saying we're going to be about it's going to be about $862 million for our capital improvement. But when we go back and we look at our revenues and our operating expenses for that same 5-year period, over that time, we should have a total of $404.9 million to cover some of our capital expenses.
So the shortfall will begin in fiscal year 26.
And Ali, if Ali could just chime in a couple of those.
Go right ahead.
If I may, okay. Overall, let me provide some context how we got to this point. Historically, we were never short on any of our budgets, right? We do as we move forward. This past 2-3 years, we're dealing with 2 issues. One being the cost escalation of the construction, and one being the new regulations that have been given to us by the federal. So the shortfall that you see in about $400 million is actually divided between these 2 issues. So if the regulation was not changing, we did not have to spend $250 million. That just come from that side. So that's the cost. And then moving forward to how we're going to pay for this. The number one focus on that strategy is the settlements that we are involved in it. There is an estimate that we have received, it's not finalized, or we don't know how they're gonna make the payments or not, but that settlement, the two settlements that we have is about $100 million. So if that comes true the way it is, that's gonna cover 25% of the shortage that we have. After that one, we engage the state and we also engage the federal to pay for this change with the regulations by the grants. We already probably about $12 million into that one. So we are working toward that. The next step gonna be, can we get the loans with some forgiveness? We will be qualified for some of those. We don't have to find our numbers to exactly say how much do we need to bond or not, but before we exhaust all our options, increasing the rates and bonds not gonna be the ones that we're gonna focus on. We're gonna focus on the first three. And eventually we get there, and again, we have a good potential for the rate increase since we are probably the most affordable in the state, at least for the multifamilies, but I'm not at that point. The last thing is, if you see it in the news, Broward County, Miami County, they're all asking for increasing the rates double or triple. That's what this in the news is. That's not gonna be the case for Palm Beach County. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Payat. Ms. Baker.
This is not unusual when we start to do our projections out. If you'll recall, when we come before you every year during the budget process, we do the projections. We project what the rates will be, the values coming in on our side. Theirs is user rates. And so we will continue to look at this. We're not looking, we are going to go after all of the funding we can possibly bring in. I think periodically we come back to the board to true up what our rates are, and we may have rate adjustments based upon the CPI and the index that we use. So we'll be bringing all of those type options back. We tend to slowly increase our rates so we don't end up with a huge rate increase on our customers. So it's slow. We make sure that we're using the most efficient methods possible. We've got other avenues to generate revenue. So we will continue to monitor. So I don't want people to get excited about a shortfall. This is what we think we're going to need out into the future, but every year we come back before the board. Of our five-year program, the first year is the year that you adopt, and that's our budget. Everything else is not locked in per se.
Correct.
Thank you.
And I do believe that new mandates has a significant role in this, and that's coming from the federal level as well as the state level. And so we're addressing those issues so that we're always in compliance.
Many of our plants are already in very good shape in terms of what those federal requirements are. So, we're there on a number of those, but obviously not all of them are.
Is this with regard to what I've been reading in, the podcast about particles in municipal county water?
Yes.
Okay, and that's coming from the federal government. And when you talk about how good we are, that's part of it, is that we're very clean with regard to these environmental issues of plastic particles in our water supply. Very good. Thank you very much. All right, if there's no other issues or questions, I think I'm ready for a first to receive and file from Commissioner Woodward, a second from the Vice Mayor. Anybody opposed? Everybody's for it. See that it passes 5-0. Thank you so much for that presentation. I'm going to enjoy a little glass of water now. So now we are done with the regular agenda except for our board appointments. And Commissioner Barnett, do you have any? All right, Commissioner Woodward, Vice Mayor. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner. Oh, you don't. Okay, Commissioner.
No
Baxter.
appointments.
I do. I have one, and it is the reappointment to the Sports Commission of Larry Schneer. So, moving on from there, let's go on to staff comments. Speaker, do you have anything else to say? I know you have something to say. Go right ahead.
First, I'd like to thank my staff for all the hard work. Today was a long day, so I thank you for your indulgence as well and your direction. We'll be bringing back the housing issues to you. We'll work that out and come back to you. But it was a yeoman's job for staff to pull it off. And then also the budget staff. So all of the departments that we brought before you today, we went through their budgets, and that's what we'll be presenting overall. On the board directives, we're plugging along. I think you have the latest, I hope so anyway, which is the April 16th was when you gave us a lot of direction. And that was to move forward with Airport Center 3. Staff has already commenced procurement of design services for that. That's the tax collector and the property appraiser. Commissioner Bernard directed staff to speak with CareerSource. That meeting we did, and that meeting has been set up to take place at the end of the month. I won't read all of these unless you've got some specific questions. So I'd now like to ask you to receive and file.
So moved.
Second by Vice Mayor. Nobody opposes, everybody for. See that it passes 5-0. Very good. Did you want to include that 7A1? Is that what, on administration comments, page 93, the very top?
Yeah, that was it.
Oh, was that? Okay,
It was my
excellent.
board directive.
County Attorney?
I was going to talk about amending the rules, but since we're short some people, let's go ahead and let that slide to the next meeting.
I think that's an excellent idea. All right, let's start with Commissioner Baxter. Do you have any comments?
Nope, just say thank you to staff. Thank you to everyone who helped put everything together, all the information. Thank you, Administrator Baker, for bringing this to us in a timely fashion early. So thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I'd like to wish all the mothers out there happy Mother's Day this weekend coming up. All the
right.
mothers here and our mothers, if we still are blessed to have them. And then I'd like to thank this board, staff, and even our deputy sheriffs. We had a very, very full house today. Thank you for keeping us safe. And even the staff who has to do security out here. It's quite a job for them to get that many people into here. I wrote it down, and I just wanted to clarify the binder. I forgot what we settled on already. It is next week. Okay, thank you. And then also congratulations to FAU's women's softball. They were champions, the first champion team for the new conference that they're in. So congratulations to them.
All right, very good. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Barnett?
Thank you very much, Mayor, for indulging me this morning. 4 proclamations is a lot, I know.
Okay.
But we have people in my district and across Palm Beach County who do wonderful things, and we're deserving of recognition, so I appreciate that indulgence again. Wanted to give a shout out to Doug Crane. He's not here, but with regards to libraries, he allows my district staff to host office hours at the Green Acres Palm Beach County Branch Library. We don't have a district office of our own, so we use the library. We use Palm Springs Village Council chambers and other places to meet with the constituents in my district and make sure they have access to resources and our office and information.
How come you don't have a district office in your district?
I'm guessing because the district is so close to downtown West Palm Beach, we don't really need one.
All right.
But maybe that'll change in the future, who knows? That's all I have. I appreciate everyone who stayed so late, till 6:30. Firefighter friends in the back, water utilities folks, and who was the other one? Libraries.
Very good.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Barnett. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to request an off-site proclamation for National Goodwill Week, which is May 5th through 11th.
All right.
Thank
Second,
you.
I don't think we need to vote on it. I keep forgetting.
No, we do. We need to vote on proclamations,
Okay,
not
we have
appointments.
First, we have a second by Commissioner Woodward. All those for, anybody opposed? It passes 5-0.
Thank you. And that will actually be at Roger Dean Stadium this Friday. So anybody want to come out to Roger Dean? Woohoo! And with that, Thank you, staff. Thank you all for being here so late. It was an interesting day today, and we encourage our residents to come out and speak. It matters by the public. We also encourage them to use decorum when they're here. So hopefully, going forward, they'll still continue to do that. And Mayor did a good job of corralling everybody today. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And I would like to request an off-site proclamation declaring May 2024 as Problem Solving Court Month. Okay, we have a first by the Vice, by Commissioner Woodward. All those for, anybody opposed, it passes 5-0. And I have another one, requesting off-site approval for proclamation declaring May 11th, 2024 as KOP Mentoring Network Ladies of Distinction Day. I see I have a first by Vice Mayor, second by Commissioner Barnett. Everybody, nobody opposed, 5-0, right? And I just want to thank my colleagues. You really have done a great job listening and participating and questioning and criticizing and promoting and advocating. And I think we have the best darn Board of County Commissioners in the history of this county. And I know those who have served before, and I think we surpassed them. Right, Whitney? I think we're pretty damn good up here. So I appreciate everybody. Yes?
Have a proclamation, Holocaust Survivor Day.
I think we did it today, didn't we? I was on my no, I don't have, but why don't you say it for me? We'll get it done. How's that sound?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Commissioner Barnett.
On behalf of the mayor and District 5, I would like to request an off-site approval for a proclamation declaring June 4th, 2024 as Holocaust Survivor Day.
We have first, a second. All those for, it passes unanimously, 5-0.
Mayor, may I be recognized? Could we restate the second for the record?
That was Commissioner Baxter. Okay? And
There's-
thank you,
I think you
Clerk.
have
You've
one
done
more.
very good. Yes,
You
sir.
have one more.
I do?
Family Abduction Awareness Day.
Well, I
Would
think
you
my
like me to make
staff's
that
over at your place.
request?
Oh, I don't have these on my, okay, very good. Thank you, sir. Requesting off-site approval for proclamation declaring May 25th as Family Abduction Awareness Day. And if I could have a first from Commissioner Barnett, second by Commissioner Baxter. Anybody opposed? Everybody for? Thank you, 5-0. Thank you, I didn't have those. Well, you see, we help each other. This is what it's all about, right? Thank you. And with that, this Board of County Commission meeting is adjourned. Thank you, folks.